All right. I think I got everything set up. I think I did it. What's up, y'all? Here I am again, another day. Doing this live stream. I ain't even cleaned up my room, so sorry for the mess, but you know, life. How y'all doing? Sound off in the chat. Let me know where y'all from. I'm thinking today's gonna be another one of those annoying days where the clouds kind of roll through, but I got a new ND filter on my 33 1.4. It's looking quite nice, actually. Been waiting for the stream as I need to create my website. Need some ideas. Awesome. Yeah, I'm mainly gonna be going through critiquing, just giving ideas, and it's mainly gonna be based from a place of like, if you're trying to get a business, or you have a business, or you're trying to start a business, just some tips of what I'm seeing from my end. Oh my goodness, LS Photography, thank you for that super chat. Thank you for taking the time to critique our websites, for your advice and confident boosters. Awesome, you're welcome. But yeah, the main thing I have to say to you all is like, I realized that y'all like the channel and all that stuff. I did not realize how many website critiques I would get. So I'm gonna try my best to get through the majority of them right now in the stream, but I cannot promise you that. If I don't get through them all right now, we'll try and do some more on the next month stream, because it was a lot. It's like almost 100 people. I was in there like, yo, for real? Y'all really up here doing this? Y'all in here. Hold on, I forgot to turn my bot on. Also, I need to turn on the air conditioning. It's not hot, but when I be sitting here streaming, I be getting hot. So I need to, you know, I need a little bit of air going. Make sure I can breathe. I don't overheat while I'm streaming. Y'all ain't trying to see me sitting here sweating the whole time. Where can I submit website? I've already taken submissions. I usually take it before the stream. So we're all filled up with submissions. I can't take any more right now, I'm sorry. Cause yeah, like I said, I have almost 100. So I don't even know if I can get through the ones that I have. New York City in the house, let's go. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I cannot say where that is in Canada. I'm not even gonna. What's that? Saskatchewan? I'm sorry, I can't pronounce anything, y'all. I'm the worst. We got Philly in the house. We got Portugal in the house. We got India. Look, y'all coming worldwide. All y'all who are on the other side of the earth right now get all the props and the love. Y'all be staying up late for me. I appreciate that. I don't want to do the streams too early, but I also don't want to do them too late. I might start doing them a little bit earlier though, because y'all be in here. Y'all be on the other side of the earth. It'd be like 1 a.m. in the morning. And y'all be like, yeah, Germany, come on, y'all. Like, I'm not sleeping today. Oh yeah, we got Portugal in here. Charlotte. Down the street. Singapore. Ontario in the house. Oh, hold up. Let me get this air conditioning for real. I'm not trying to burn up. My office is also the hottest room in the house because I have all these computers and servers and all this stuff. So they're like constantly giving off heat. So this room just stays like, it's like the warmest room. So in the winter it's nice, but in the summer it's mad annoying. We got Italy in the house. Hey John, can you make a video on what to wear to weddings? So, you know, the funny thing, I've been planning a what to wear to weddings for a long time. And the only reason I haven't done it is because I was trying to find sponsors, or actually particularly, I started wearing suits recently, and the suit company, I had hit them up to see if they'd be cool to sponsor me or ambassador or something, and they just like ghosted me. So I wanted to, cause my whole thing is like, if I already bought the thing with my own money, I want to try and see if I can at least get sponsored, cause if I like the thing, you know, may as well get sponsored. But yeah, they've been dragging their feet. Actually, I haven't heard from them, so I'm probably gonna go ahead and just make that video at some point anyway. Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Gonna be heading to Asheville soon. Any recommendations of a place to shoot? I don't know Asheville well enough. I've been around the area, but I don't know it that well. The mountains are beautiful though. Hey John, thank you so much for your videos. My business and photography skills have improved since I started watching you. Awesome. Got Orlando in the house. I have 2 PCs running in the office. Always thought, yeah, exactly. Like I got my laptop. I got the custom PC I got over here. I got 2 servers. I got my monitors or speakers and also my screen, like all this stuff. Jesse coming through with the super chat. Some more coffee. I'm about to go grab. You know what I don't really drink Starbucks that often, but when I do go, they have it's like a sweet cream cold brew. That thing's popping. Oop, Detroit in the house. Baltimore. Hey John, my name is Steve. Why do you use Fujifilm camera? Because I like it. I love Fujifilm. I kind of talk about it in the video that I just recently dropped, like literally this morning. But to me, like the camera bodies and all that stuff, it doesn't matter like that. It just, people be all extra. You know, like if you love your camera body, that's it. That's all that matters. You love your camera body, it works well for you. Sitting around arguing about which camera is the best to me is like such a waste. You know, are you a good photographer? Because that's what matters, you know. So yeah, I like Fujifilm. It works for me. I absolutely love it. Oh, we got Durham. That's right down the road. I'm trying to move to Durham, honestly, but the housing market. Housing market's broke, y'all. I don't know what happened. They got these tiny little stupid houses in Durham for like $500,000. And I'm like, word, bro? House would be like 1,200 square feet. We want 650,000 for it. We got Thomas from Italy in the house. Okay, let's go ahead and start. Let's go ahead and start critiquing, because if we don't go ahead and start, I'm not gonna be able to do everyone. I'm probably not gonna be able to do everyone anyway, but if I really don't get to starting, it won't happen at all. Johnny, can you help us with skin tones? That would be a cool video to do, or maybe a live stream. We need more I know. I've been behind on videos. This month was like a wash because of WP. So I had 2 conferences back to back. I had WPPI and I had the Reset conference, and they were literally like 3 days between each of them. So literally the first 2 months of this week, I was traveling and speaking. And then I got a week back to come back and like figure my life out, you know, hang out with my family, and also make the sponsored videos that I had to finish for the month. And now here we are. You know, like it's April, and I'm like all month I'm like, my Patreon. I just don't know what to make. I always try to make stuff for Patreon and I feel like no one watches it, and I'm like, what do y'all want? I want to make so much, but I don't know what to make. I should probably just start doing stuff. Anyways, so again, for everyone just joining in, we're doing website critiques. I've already gotten all the submissions. I'm not taking any further submissions. I got like nearly 100 submissions. I do not know if I can get through them all. So we're gonna go kind of fast, but I'm gonna come at it from the perspective of working photographers. If your website's just a portfolio, that's cool, and I'll understand that. I'll give some critiques on that. But especially the working photographers who are trying to book work, I'll really give some feedback there. And I'm gonna go over just kind of the main parts. I'm not gonna nitpick everything. I'm not gonna go over your text. I'm not gonna go over your copy and things unless it's like big, bold stuff. So I'm just gonna go real quick, nice overviews. Now, the biggest thing y'all can do from this and learn is watch everybody's site. Get ideas from everybody else's sites. Don't straight up copy their sites, but just get ideas for them. And then also listen to the feedback, because the feedback across the board will end up being about the same. Okay, so let's jump in. I'm gonna reload this page because there was some stuff on here. Also, he has, Spanish or English, which is nice. So for me, it'll be English. So first look, hero images look good. They the logo's fine. I like how the JR kind of goes together. That's cool. The navigation looks good. We got start, gallery, wedding, contact, about me. Generally with your navigation, keep in mind that you want to lay this out the way that you want people, what you want people to see most. So like the way this is laid out, you don't care if people know anything about you because it's on the end here. So if you do want them to be able to go and see more about you, if they're going to at all, put it over here. Obviously, most people read left to right. So here we go. Hello, here is me. Really cool. Click the action for about. Here you find some complete weddings. That's cool. And then contact, call to action, and some reviews. Some kind of Instagram stuff. We got our footer. You might want to move this stuff up higher. May as well get your clout in early, you know. There's no point in holding that off so late, you know. Just up front, be like, I'm great. Look at all my awards. So far, this homepage is looking good, though. What is start? Okay, yeah. So if possible, I would get rid of this. Anything that's going to confuse your viewers is something you want to get rid of. So this is just an extra thing for them to click on for no reason. So if it's possible to hide this and just have it be gallery, wedding, contact, about me, that would be awesome. So at first glance, I don't like this hover over thing. Mainly because like if I had no idea, and mind you, I used to work at Squarespace, but if I had no idea what I was looking at and I didn't know websites like that, my immediate thought might be like, oh, these photos are mad dark, and then just click off of them. So I would get rid of that. That's not a good look. Because the biggest thing we have to remember as photographers and as people who are more designed, like we're into design and things like that, you have to think from like a common folk person or someone who's not as artistic. You know, if they're not as artistic, if they're not techie, they may not even hover over it. I wonder if on mobile, if it stays like that on mobile, it stays dark like that, I definitely don't like get rid of that as quick as you can. Let's see. Y'all too, feel free to chime in while you're, yeah. It does the same thing on mobile, and that's like worse. It like only lights up when you scroll. And when I scroll back down, it doesn't even light up. This is not. And you do have to kind of click. Yeah, I would get rid of that. Because that'd be the first thing I would do if I had no idea what I was looking at. I'd be like, oh, these are mad dark. Also, it's hard to see stuff. I have to do too much to see things. On your website, you want stuff to come to people like that. Because again, and especially now that we're in like the TikTok age, and mind you, like as we all get older, our wedding couples are going to be younger and younger. So like you're dealing with kids who grew up with things like TikTok and YouTube. I didn't. You know, by the time Facebook came out, I was in college. YouTube was popping. It started, I was in college. You know, I was basically grown. Whereas like most of your wedding couples now, they're going to be raised on that stuff. So their attention span's like this. So if they come in, see this dark, they'll be like, gone, done. Having to be like, oh, I can't see the photo. Yeah, like I feel like I can't see nothing. Other than that, great gallery, good pics. It's a lot of photos. I would truncate it down even more. Make sure they're your #1 banger shots. Make sure it's stuff that you want to shoot. Your best work, hands down, even if you only show 5 photos. Are these full galleries? What is this, like from a gallery site or something? Huh. Oh no, it's like a blog page. Yeah, this is the same thing. I would definitely get rid of that. I don't know how I feel. I don't know if I would have both wedding and gallery, because I don't know if it makes sense. It doesn't really like here I'm like, oh cool, pictures, and then I'm like wedding. I don't even know what that means. I'm thinking it's gonna show me price or something, and all I see are. So I would clean that up. Again, I don't know where you're from, but having a pricing page or a page that kind of gives you more of an idea of what you're gonna be getting might help out as well. Contact looks fine. And then yeah, about me is the same stuff from it. Yes, it's pretty decent site. It's a good start. Like, it's not horrible. I would look into the photos being dark and having to hover over it. The gallery and wedding are almost redundant, so I would figure out what to do there and add a page that gives them more information. Even if you don't want to show your pricing on the website, you want to at least have a page that's like here's the experience. Here's gonna be the next steps, things like that. Also, hover over fading. Be careful with how that translates to mobile. Yeah, exactly. I was checking mobile. It looked bad. It didn't work right. Can we get a MagMod 2 review? I hit them up and they said they were going to send me something, and I've not heard anything else. So if they don't send it to me, I probably won't have a review because I don't have a reason to upgrade just yet, unfortunately. And I'm not, I'm paid. But I'm not that paid that I could just be buying stuff that I don't actually need because I already have so much MagMod stuff. I always heard 30 was a good number to show off. Oh no, I would say less is always better. Always less photos, always. Here's our next website. And I'm just gonna be going down the row. Like, however y'all submitted it to me is how I'm gonna look at them. And I'm just gonna go, we're gonna see how far we can get because it's about 100. Yeah, the navigation kind of needed some work. Yeah, exactly. This is a beautiful homepage photo. Why is it there always has to be somebody, right? Come on. This photo is almost near perfect. As far as just the feeling of a wedding day, and I'm like, oh, there goes Aunt Susan. I gotta get my picture in. But overall, yeah, this feels great. This is a great shot. It's rare that you get to get behind the ceremony area like that. So yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, the logo is really good too. So we got home, about, portfolio, pricing, reviews, contact. So that's good. That gives me everything I want to know. If I'm a customer, I come in here and I just want pricing, I should go boom, pricing. And again, you see how it's laid out, like I was saying. So home is just there. That could be getting rid of, or you can keep it. A lot of times I like to get rid of it and then just click on the logo to get back to home. This looks like Squarespace, but I can't totally tell. But yeah, and then it's like, here's some about me, here's some about my work, here's how much it costs, here's what they think, hit me up. And that's how you want to think about it. Obviously, people can click wherever they want to, but the navigation should be laid out almost like this is what you're trying to tell them. So we got some text here, letting them know where you are. That's always really good. You should try and include that somewhere. It's rough when you go to a website and you're just like, where are you though? Is that Fuji? We got a Fujifilm photographer. Let's go. And then out the gate, it's like, look at my pictures, which is pretty good because usually people want to see that up front. Get to know me. I changed this off of Learn More. And I would probably get rid of these testimonials at the bottom. They're kind of redundant since you have reviews at the top. If you can do a way to make it look better than just some random text at the bottom, then I would do that. Other than that, it looks good. Pretty straightforward. Oh no, that's Sony. It almost looked like Fuji. Great photos. Looking good. Oh, got the little babies. Got the babies. There we go. Pretty decent sized portfolio. It's pretty good. Again, too, I would probably maybe truncate it down to like your like 1,000% banger shots. And that's the biggest thing, y'all. Make sure, like, it's great. I know you want to show more to make sure you think that people know that you're working and stuff. But you just want to show the best of the best. Not just like, oh, it's pretty good. No, you want to show the best. You know, not just like this. I don't know if it would be considered the best. It's a great photo. It just, I don't, it doesn't have like that, like this is dope. A lot of great emotion, great shot. You know, they're like messing with them, you know, and that show also you want to show your couples what you want to shoot and who you are. So me seeing this is like, oh, cool. We can be fun and silly on our wedding day because obviously this photography's down for it. Hey John, where can I go to create a logo for my photography videography company? Also, what makes a good wedding photography logo? Logos are hard. I'm trying to get mine redone right now. One thing I do, this is like the cheap man's version, but if y'all are familiar with Creative Market, it's like a website that just has a bunch of stuff. So you can get graphics and things, and you can get all kinds, you can get fonts. Like, obviously you have to pay for it, but if you have some design chops, you know, you can come on here and buy a font and throw something together real quick. You know, like, it's not hard. So if you don't need anything special, but yeah, logos are a whole, like, I hate my logo. I made my logo myself because the designer at the time that I tried to hire, like, couldn't do it. Pricing, pretty straightforward. Again, so the only thing I say overall about this site, from just a design, like how it looks, is it's very plain. The photos are really beautiful, but I don't think the text and the colors of the site really help the photos. It's very much just like, here's a white canvas, here's some text, there it is. And the photos are the only thing that really stand out, which that can be good or bad. I just like, all this is very plain. Also, to flip this around, put the most expensive one at the top. Don't put the cheap at the top, because if people are cheap and they come in here, they're like, wow, 600, that's it. You know, like, no, like, make them feel it up front. Make the people who don't have the money, and again, this is nothing against anybody. We all have our own budgets. We all manage our own money. We all pay for whatever we're gonna pay for. So again, I don't like people bashing like cheap customers. There's no such thing. If you're a photographer who wants to service people who are only willing to pay $500 to $1,000, that's fine. If that's how your business works and that works for you and you're happy with it and your couples are happy, that's all that matters. So the price itself doesn't matter, but put that most expensive one up front, because what happens is that the couples who have the money or can stretch just a little bit will see this and be like, oh, that's not even that bad. Oh, and look what we get, how cool, versus just 600 up front. 600 up front will make this 1,500 feel more. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like, if you put the most expensive up, maybe they're like, well, we don't need that, but it'll make this 1,000 feel so much more cheaper. So lead them where you want them to go. I would assume you don't want them to do only mini days. Reviews are straightforward. I would, if you can, add photos of the couple to these reviews to make it a little bit more personal. Contact is straightforward. Yeah, this is Squarespace. Great stuff. Good site, beautiful shot. I love this wedding right here. I don't know if it was more recent for you, but this is, I know when you get that good wedding, you're like, yes, yes. And then like half your website is that one wedding because it was just so good. Beautiful wedding, great couple. Everything looks so good. Great job. Good website. Moving right along. Uh-oh. Website can't be reached. So I will highlight this, I guess. Maybe I'll highlight it red so I know I wasn't able to do it. Ooh. What do we got? A landscape photographer? Yeah, homepage photos great. Yeah, that was a good homepage. Oh, I love how this almost looks like a painting. How cool. Portfolio, personal projects, about, and contact. Is there anything else here? Yeah, there shouldn't be. This is a good... And this is great too, like if I'm looking for landscapes or something to hang on my walls, this is great. Just immediately, boom, here's the point. Beautiful photo, bam. Portfolio, like just lead me there. It's the only thing I can do. Now here's where we have to choose. And I talk about this a lot. This goes for anybody. If you are, do you see, like, let's stop. Let's look back at my reaction. So I came here and was like, wow, landscape photographer. Hit portfolio and see everything in the whole world. And so now I'm like, so that's a big tip. While we all might shoot all kinds of things, you should go ahead and niche down into something. If you're trying to be a working photographer. If you just want to show off your stuff, then that's fine. But if you're trying to get paid for your photos, you really need to make it very apparent what you're getting. It's the same thing, like, obviously it took time, but you remember when Target didn't have grocery stores? Before Super Targets, they were just Target. So like initially you knew that, okay, you know, I go to Target to buy knickknacks and toys and clothes and whatever. Not for groceries. I'm gonna go to like Food Lion or Harris Teeter, Whole Foods, something. You know what I mean? But now that they have Super Target and they've been doing it for long enough, now people know, oh, but I bet you when they first switched to Super Target, no one was like, oh, I'm gonna go to Target for the groceries. Like, no one was initially thinking that. So you really gotta like hone down on what you wanna do. John, let me ask you something. Do you sometimes feel creatively pruned as a wedding photographer? Not really. And I've talked about that before. My creativity stems within kind of the box that I chose to be in. So in that case, yeah, I don't shoot anything and whatever I want to. But on the same end, like, I know that within the box I chose, I can be creative with that. So I'm very happy with the creativity that I get. And then when I want to do something else, I can do it for fun, which is even better because then it is fully creative. Like if I wanted to try some landscape or something like that, I can, like, it's 1,000% creative at that point because I know I'm creating for me. I don't even have to get paid at this point, you know? Like there's no client on the other end who's like wanting something. And honestly, like I would love to get to a point where I could sell prints or something of like landscapes. I don't travel enough, but it'd be really cool. Thanks for reviewing. This is mine. Just doing more of a portfolio. Work a full-time job on the side. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, as a portfolio, this is perfectly fine. As a working photographer, and again, my critiques are also kind of geared towards everybody watching right now. You know, if you have a site like this and you're trying to be a working photographer, don't do this. You know, you want to have one thing. Let's take a quick look at some of the work. These photos are huge. I would maybe try to make them a little bit smaller if possible. Great shots though. Like on mobile it's probably fine, but you see how much scrolling I have to do. So even if you were trying to tell someone like, hey, go to my website and check out my work, they would probably barely look at any of it because it's so much scrolling. Fun stuff though. Even if it could be like 2 photos at a time, that would be awesome. You didn't tell me. What is this? What did I click on? Couples. Beautiful shots. Great stuff. Man, newborn is hard. That's some hard stuff. Oh, nice. Great photos. Good stuff. Awesome stuff. Yep, and a contact. This is great stuff. Yeah, if anything, I would maybe make some of this stuff smaller so it's just easier to get to. Because especially like, even if it's your side thing that you like to do, if you can get paid a little bit for it, it would be awesome. So good stuff. Beautiful site. I don't have any huge critiques for that. Oh wait, did I put my music to... Oh, there's another website can't be reached. Did y'all put these in the wrong way? Yep, if I can't reach the site, I'm gonna have to just keep on going. Let me make sure my music is looping the right way. Man, I love that. That's a great logo. That font's really good. I like how thick it is. Would love for you to review mine. What I just added on here. No, I'm not taking any more submissions right now because I have like 100 submissions and I don't think I'll be able to get through all of them. For me, it's hard to niche down when there's so much to shoot. Wouldn't it be great to have someone say you are better at this than that? I mean, yeah, you just gotta pick it. Pick what you want to do. Also, too, you can have multiple brands. It's just easier. You know, it's easier when people know what you do. When they really, really know, they don't have to question. You don't have to sell it to them. They're just like, oh yeah. Great photo to start out. Capturing timeless moments, Salt Lake and surrounding area. So we got where we are, information. And look at this. This is straightforward. Even if I don't do anything else, boom, hit me up right now. Here I am, hit me up. That's awesome. We got home, about, galleries, investment, and blog. Now accepting bookings. This is also Squarespace, I believe. Engagement and couples. Great photos. Very straightforward. Elopements and weddings. Are these clickable? Might want to make these clickable if possible. There he goes. We're in that solo hold fast. Great photo. Got a testimonial, and see how the photo like really brings it along. A part of the testimonial. Get in touch. Very good. Great homepage. We have about. Awesome photo. Yeah, this is laid out real. And you see what I was saying? So it was a couple sites ago where it was just like white, and I was saying it was bland and like the font just didn't really help. Do you see how everything is kind of, we have the brand coloring here, this like kind of yellow. We have it everywhere so we see it, you know, and there's different stuff going on with the fonts, which kind of makes you want to read it more. Like, it's just a little bit more interesting looking. My page was just recently shared by Black-owned South Carolina. The photo they shared was of a baby. I'm actually no longer doing newborn photography. However, Seen a lot of traffic to my page after. Should I go ahead and delete said photo or let traffic come in over the next? Well, the problem is if your traffic is coming in because they're expecting newborn stuff, which is again why I talk about niching down. I mean, you can let the people come, but it's probably going to turn into just a bunch of people asking you about newborn stuff. So here we go again. This is what I was talking about, y'all. If you don't have a lot of work, it's okay. But make sure you're showing what you want to shoot. So we have family stuff. And we also have a couple session, like an engagement session. Yeah. His hand placement. I don't know if I would include this photo. Also, her ring is mad crooked. Can we get more full day wedding shoots? I have a couple recorded. They take ages for me to edit, so yeah, there's some coming, but they take me a hot minute. I think I'm gonna start doing 1 to 2 a year. So I have 2 that are really awesome. So I have a I have 2 that are really awesome. One of them I shot 2 GFXs for a full wedding day only, all medium format for the wedding. That's the one I hope to put out first. Pretty straightforward. Pricing page looks good. You see here again, here's the put your top package first. So that's good. The only thing I would say, maybe you don't have any good weddings under your belt yet, but just make sure you on this galleries, you need to have some weddings there too. You can't be like, oh hey, investment weddings, and then have no wedding pictures. Like there needs to be a wedding here or something. And the blog, if you don't have anything for the blog yet, I would get rid of it just for now. Just hide it from the site. Other than that, this is pretty good. The design overall is great. I wish I felt this comfortable about my site design. This looks great. I hate my website. The design is, I haven't designed it well. I don't feel like I have a brand yet, so I'm like mad about that. But yeah, that's good stuff. If you are still kind of starting, like you're on a great starting point. Oh, I see. I asked if you were starting or not, and it says it here, and I'm like not looking at it. It says intermediate, so probably starting to try and get into the game, start getting paid. We got Lifelight Photography. If possible, I would try to get a logo, just so it doesn't look like random text. Illinois wedding and portrait photographer. And again, so the biggest thing everybody can do for their website is make sure that the text and the imagery are saying the same thing. And that's huge. A lot of times, and I did this especially when I started, is that when I started, I was too busy trying to tell you about it versus just being able to show you it and have you understand. So for me personally, this is telling me wedding and portrait photography. I don't see wedding and portrait photography. So now I'm immediately confused. This shot specifically makes me think of like lifestyle, eating at a restaurant, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't make me think wedding. And maybe they are getting married. I can kind of, but it's not obvious enough. Again, people's attention span is like that. Also, people are stupid. I include myself in that. Like, so like, first off, if you don't, it needs to be blatantly obvious. Just straight up, like, boom, weddings. Great, I can tell. So this is not like that. It's like wedding and portraits. I don't see a wedding. I don't see portraits. Oh, but I picked the photo because I know the photo. Well, I don't know the photo and I don't see it. So you have to think like that. So this hero image, I would definitely change. Another John. So here's a hi, here I am. There needs to be some text to go along with this. Also, if you don't really have a blog, you can just get rid of that section. And then again, I would have less reviews and just have photos to go along with the reviews. Yeah, like this should have been your hero image. That would have made more sense. And it looks like it's the same people actually. But just because it's like silhouetted and it's like drinks, I don't know what I'm looking at. Whereas like this is obvious. Boom, there they go. Okay, great. They're getting married, I guess, or they're just dressed up nice. Either way though, it's portraits or weddings. It looks like it. I would, if possible, I would put this up higher as well. Again, if you want to show off who you're like affiliated with or any type of like clout, you want that up top for people to see because no one's going to scroll down this far. Most nobody makes it halfway down a page. Where can we submit? Submissions are closed. I did this the same way as I do with the photo editing. You submit before the stream. And yeah, I got a lot, so. Just came by to share the love for Magenta. When is that J. Crew sponsorship deal gonna sign? Hopefully soon. I bought so much stuff from J. Crew. Here goes about again. Pretty straightforward. Oh wait, is that you? Maybe that's why you didn't put the photo. I can't tell. And again, so do you see how like I'm not digging into the site, I'm just glancing, but my first reactions should tell you a lot about your website. Like this stuff I almost missed because I didn't scroll down all the way. But it's a lot of that stuff. Like if I'm reacting like this, especially as someone who worked at Squarespace for 5 years, that just shows you kind of a little bit about the layout. I don't think this is him. But this photo doesn't really, it just kind of comes out of nowhere. I don't really, it probably has to do with the layout. Yeah, so see, it's a little bit easier now to tell that this is a wedding photo, but again, like I would just straight up take this out of the portfolio. It's kind of a cool shot, but that's as working photographers, we have to get away from that. It doesn't care if you think the shot is cool. You know, it really doesn't. It could be the coolest thing you've ever taken. If you're trying to get paid for something, you have to show consistency and you have to show things that are obvious to people. The cool shots can come in there later. The cool shots you can do specifically for the couples, but unless the shot is blatantly obvious, it doesn't matter how cool it was, or if you were like, this is the best shot I've ever taken of a silhouette, it doesn't matter. The rest of this is pretty good though. But again, you gotta be strict. Like again, less is more. So don't be scared about like, I only have 5 photos I can show. That's great. Just show the best 5 photos you have. I think glancing is exactly what potential clients do when they first hit your page. They don't dig deeper unless they immediately connect. Exactly. Half the time too, they don't even know what they're looking at. I mean, think about it. Most of the time, wedding couples, they don't get most people don't get photos. They just don't. Like, they rarely ever get. So this is like one of the first times in their lives. The only other time they probably remember taking photos is like school photos or something. So this is the first time in their whole life that they're like, let me go find a photographer to take photos of me. They have no idea what they're doing or what they're looking at, which is again why things need to be obvious, like to the point, eye-catching. Just like, here it is for you to see and for you to understand. Because if not, they're just going to be like, and you're going to lose them until they hit a website with someone else who has stuff this obvious and to the point. pretty decent stuff. Again, I would call it down maybe. Also, again, I would choose if you want to be weddings mainly, or if you're gonna do portraits or not. That's pretty. What is this, Calendly? Maybe Squarespace schedule? I can't tell. So like here this works because you have like supporting text to work out with it. But again, for like the front site, this doesn't connect enough for me. I got my submission in early. Nervous, it was one of the ones that the link didn't work. Lavanda. I haven't gotten that far in yet. Oh yeah, you're on there. I do see it. It'll be a bit before we get there. But thank you for your submission. Again, I hope some of this feedback helps a little bit. And again, the goal is just to always be improving. Cause again, like I said, like I don't like my website currently. I'm trying to get a rebrand going on and stuff. So like it's always just like it's a growing experience that like you're consistently trying to grow and get better. So off the bat, pretty good, straightforward. We have like a fun shot because it's like sparklers, so that's cool. Will you do this again one day? Probably. I try to do a live stream once a month where I have you all either submit photos to me or sometimes a website critique. So, but yeah, so we got a fun photo. And honestly too, like this may come across better for a lot of couples than seeing like a beautiful couple together, because a lot of times people are just trying to have a good time on their wedding day, you know? And especially if you want to be like I'm the fun photographer, this is really going to translate well. I mean, like he has a beer, you know, they're just hanging out, they're having a good time, there's sparklers. So as a couple who's probably like, we just want to have a good time, they're going to see this and be like, oh, that's hype. Oh, I was thinking about doing the sparklers. You know what I mean? Navigation looks good. Home, wedding, and engagement port. I would maybe take the word portfolio out or just call it portfolio. This is kind of wordy. It's kind of long. Pricing guide, book now. Yeah. Very straightforward. Pretty good. We got where they are, which is awesome. I would make this a little bit more, I don't know, this is just very like, we love to capture your moments. It's very just like bland. If there's anything you can do to like beef it up maybe. I love this, everything is black and white and that you're really like holding on to that. Portfolio, get to know us, contact, looks great, looks good. Same, hope mine wasn't one of the ones that didn't work. Hello, your live is so chill. Thanks. Yeah, we usually just be hanging out in here. Oh, cool. So you have like the blog post. That's how I'm doing mine currently. I'm debating if I want to change it. Oh yeah, I remember this from editing the photos. This is great. Where is this Texas? Yeah, they be wearing them cowboy hats in Texas though. So much black and white. I love it. Look at this guy in the photo. Why is there always someone like that? I hope he was like related to them. Oh yeah, this is too much though. This is way too much. Truncate this way down, because like it's just like the same stuff. It's just a bunch of the same stuff. Like seeing this first glance, I'd say show me 10 photos. This is too much. I'm assuming the rest are like that. Like that almost looked like what you delivered to them. That guy would not move. There's always somebody. And And I hate it too. Cause it's like, what, bro? You don't even know these people. Oh my God, they're getting engaged. I'm gonna show my girlfriend, and then she's gonna get mad at me because we're not engaged. Go somewhere. Yeah, I would truncate all this down to maybe like 10 photos. I almost thought she had a Nintendo Switch. Kids be at weddings like, I'm not trying to be here. They had me redo the shot because of him. Oh wow, yeah, that's annoying, man. Yeah, I would definitely truncate this stuff down. Do the whole critique. We got pricing. Straightforward. Elopement. We got quinceañeras in there. Perfect. If anything, I would find a way to not have to have people scrolling so much. Again, people just don't scroll sites. Unless they're on their phone, they might, but people don't really scroll too much. I love how you pulled out your Nintendo Switch on this. Yo, I don't go nowhere without that thing beside me. Like, I really don't. But yeah, other than that, this is good. But I would try to see if you could squash it in a bit, so that at least someone wouldn't have to. Because maybe they don't know what you do. Do you know what I'm saying? So they come in here and they see weddings, and unless they take the time to go down, they might not even know. Book now. Yep, what do you want? And a message. That's pretty straightforward. Again, when it comes to contact form, so this works if you're looking to get a lot of inquiries, because there's not a lot going on. If you don't want as many inquiries, you should make your contact form longer. So I'm even thinking about making mine a little bit longer and more specific, because I'm starting to take less weddings and I want to do maybe like 10 a year. So I need to know more about my couple, and you know, like overall getting more picky. So I need to know that you really want to work with me. And if you're going to fill out a form that's fairly long, then I know that you like want to work out, to work it out, to work with me. If anything, I might move this about, maybe up some. Nice. Yeah, overall, this is a great site. It gets the point across. It's like straight to the point. Beautiful photos. I would make these photos in the portfolio just less. Other than that, it looks great. Great site. Good stuff. You put yourself as an intermediate? I don't know. This looks like you out there working. Looks like you doing the thing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This next website. Everyone before this was like listed as a like an intermediate or starting. Yeah, because the only other working pros were like, there was like one. Heartfelt wedding videography made with love. So obviously, when you're a videographer, having a video up front like this is needed. And this is great. This is perfect because, again, remember how I was saying, your words and your visuals need to line up. So I'm already knowing that they probably do video, they do weddings, and they focus on feels. That's the three things I'm being told. We're seeing fun, we're seeing cute moments, we're seeing crying, and then just couple stuff together. Very straightforward, to the point. And that's what I'm talking about. It's everything mainly, especially if you're a wedding photographer, we're working with emotions. Like, everything is emotional. Even like, I've been watching a lot of videos recently on like the stock market and stuff like that and investing. You know, a lot of people talk about not panic selling and things like that. But where does panic selling and stuff come from? Emotion. Emotion moves people. And whatever you can do to convey the emotion on your site is the main thing you want to do. Again, you thinking your photo was cool, you doing some kind of technique that you've never done before that made you like, wow, this was the best bit. None of that matters. How does it make people feel? And that's what we talk about when we talk about branding too. Like, this is great branding overall. Like, first off, it just looks good. I like the logo. They're following this whole like the F going through the B. It's kind of the same, like the F is like but you know what I mean, like everything feels cohesive and the video brings the feel immediately. So we have home, hello, about. So that's confusing to me, at least, having both hello and about. I don't understand what's happening. Films in contact. Here's Adam, wedding videographer based in Detroit. Again, interesting fonts with different sizes and stuff, so it makes you want to keep reading. And honestly, I don't know as much, but that's like some magazine and like newspaper stuff, you know? Like, that's the type of stuff they do to keep people reading. There's a whole term for it, I'm sure, but I don't know it. Let's see what hello is. Oh, it just leaves it. Yeah, I would get rid of that. I would get rid of that. It's nice that it comes right here though, but I would definitely get rid of that. Squarespace won't let me hide the hello. Huh. Oh, it's one of those, is it one of those pages? It's a, it's an index page. Or actually, are you on, do you know if you're on Squarespace 7.1? I'm not familiar with 7.1 as much because I left the, so I've been away from Squarespace now for 3 years and I feel like I don't know anything anymore. I be using Squarespace like, oh my God, I used to work. What? I don't understand. I'm sure there's a way to get rid of it. It probably just has something to do with the way that it's set up. If you are using an index page, you just have to change the page type, which you could probably do if you started from a blank page. But that, again, y'all, just talking about stuff. This is a great homepage. There's not a lot on here. So the feel is boom, there it is. Here's the feeling, boom, here's a little bit extra, that's it. You don't want people to have to scroll for 50 years. Because they're not going to anyway. So you can spend all this time making a website and no one's gonna scroll. You know, like, and you waste your own time. About straightforward, got some FAQ, looks good, got some call to action. Here's another call to action. You should have call to action all the time on your website. Like, you should be like beating people over the head, like hit me up, but don't make it feel like a YouTube sponsored ad. I'm sorry. You know, it should just be like, it should be there enough so that when people are like, oh, this is really cool. Oh, get at me. Oh, cool. We got films laid out. Beautiful stuff. What's really cool is that first initial clip, I can already see stuff from the hero page. So I have familiarity going on now because I can be like, oh, I remember seeing that at the start. So now I want to go in and see it. How do I submit my website for criticism? Right now, I'm not taking any more submissions. I usually do it before the stream. So I've already gotten like 100 submissions. So I'm trying to get through all of this. I have to hit up customer service. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a way you can do it. This is great work. Good job. Good videos. How are you all the way down in Tennessee from Detroit? Did they take that to... Beautiful stuff. Great job. Yep, contact straightforward. Good stuff. This is great. Beautiful. Moving to Detroit next week. Oh, okay. Been in Nashville for 8 years, so moving. Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, this is beautiful stuff. I think you should have a good time. You should have an easy time switching. I think the hardest thing switching markets for you is going to be... Or actually, I don't know Detroit that well, but again, you're like closer to a city. And most of this stuff is all like greenery. Like the parks and stuff work, but these open fields, I would assume you're not going to get as much of that. I dealt with that going from New York back to North Carolina. Where I was so used to like city and brick and da-da-da. And now it's like barns and farms and open fields. Beautiful stuff overall though. Slamming website. These are the websites that make me be like, man, I wish my website was good. I don't like my website. Here we are. JDS weddings. And again, the imagery is showing me weddings. Very straightforward, I get it. They're in Birmingham, so that's good. Again, tell me where you are so that if I find you, I'm not like, are you in my area though? Downtown Raleigh has some great locations though. Man, yeah, you know, downtown Raleigh worked out for me because a lot of the venues are brick and stuff. So it's been cool that I've been able to, you know, move down here. And for all the couples, a lot of people are moving to North Carolina and Raleigh specifically. So I have a lot of people from up north moving down here, and it worked out for me because I'm like, well, I used to live in Queens. You know, I lived in Boston, I lived in New Jersey. And they're like, oh wow, and I'm like, yeah, so I know what you want, and I know, like, I get your venue. I'm not a country club, you know, barn type of dude. I can shoot those, but my portfolio is not all that. Actually, I've been slacking. I didn't post any of my weddings from like 2021 at all. Cobblestone's so good. Maybe these photos can move a little bit slower, but it's probably fine. Oh, another John. So many John, the most common name in the world. You know, my middle name is Wesley, and I went by Wesley growing up, and Wesley's such a cool, kind of more unique name. You would think it would fit me a little bit more. Nope, I was like, I feel like Wesley makes me sound like a child, so I started going by John. And here we are. I'm John like everyone else now. Look at that cloud. That cloud just came on through. I'll make us set it, like, we'll see if I want to switch it. We got some call to action, which is good, and a little about me. Yep, get a clout in there. Spotlight weddings, which is good. And again, so this whole page is nice. I like this little hand logo. But again, it's like a lot. People probably aren't going to scroll down this far, but it's the good thing about this is it's laid out in a way where I don't think it matters as much. It's laid out in a way where it's very much like you can get everything you need from here. You can get everything you need from coming about here. And if you keep going, let me show you the best stuff. Let me show you everything you want to see. Boom, boom, here's the best stuff. Boom, you want albums, you need it. Boom, 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 here goes some awesome weddings. So it's great because it's like, if you take the time to get all the way down, I'm giving you my recommendations basically. So we have photo. Oh, we gotta look at, yeah. Y'all, video is the future. I need to make one of these, but especially with all that behind the scenes footage I have, but this is great. This is great for photographers. I talk about it all the time. I've been at WPPI. Oh, Fuji. Yeah, Team Fuji. But you know, like, you don't even have to get it this professional. Just get someone with an iPhone. Put it on that 2 times and get something. Because people are so visual nowadays and everything is so video that, like, if you can, oh man, I need to buy one of those. But like, if you can just get a little bit of B-roll of you shooting, it goes a long way. Great stuff. What? This is that same photo. What is happening here? Maybe they work together? Maybe he seconded for the other guy? Oh, this is good too. I need to get better at this. Just consistently beating you over the head like, you want an album, you want an album, you want an album. So that when you're bringing up albums and stuff, it's not like out of the blue. We got wedding videos as well. I might separate this booking process out into its own thing at the top here. Just for people, for people to click. I have a class to teach at 12 until 1, but I'll hop right back in. Awesome. Yeah, I might get to your site by the time you come back, between 12 to 1, but again, this will be saved on the live stream, so you can come back and watch it. We got a blog of all the stuff, which looks great. Pricing, again, I would flip this and I would put the most expensive on the left. Start top to bottom, you know. And I don't know as much. I'm not like a guru of sales, but even like, I feel like you go to a car dealership and they do the same thing. You go anywhere and they do the same thing. They'll show you the most expensive, hit you with sticker shock, and then immediately make everything else seem like it's cheap. Because of that, they're able to sell you higher than you probably were in the first place, because you're more comfortable now because you already got messed up by the sticker shock. So I would definitely move this over. And it seems like it's such a little thing, but again, it can make a big difference. Oh, nice. This is great too. Like, what should I be choosing? Let me help you figure it out. Hit me up, figure it out. Anchor pricing, yeah, exactly. And see, this is what I was talking about. This is a testimonial. This works. Because if someone sees the photo and like, oh, cute, it makes them want to read this more. If it's just a bunch of text, no one cares. They're going to be like, okay, that's cool. Testimonials, I guess. Oh, look, they're happy. We had a lot of comments from our guest on how friendly he was. Wow. And they look happy. Fun. I'm literally updating my website as the suggestions from you are happening. Everyone's on there like, fix the site before he shows it on the live stream. Great site, beautiful stuff. Yeah, I got like 72 submissions. I mean, we're making good time. What did I started at 11, we're like an hour in. I've only done like 10 websites. Yeah, we might have to do another one of these. We'll see. Let's see. They listed themselves as a working pro. So we have work and about. Again, I would niche down if you can. And I would also move some of this stuff up to the navigation, because again, if no one scrolls, they're not going to find any of this stuff. Also, the way you have it laid out, again, is going to go to like, what are you shooting more? I guess portraits. I would assume you're not really doing weddings. I don't know. But that's what I would assume by the way it's laid out. Hey John, I think you missed my question before, but what are your thoughts on getting a small business loan of $5,000 to start? I'm half and half. I'm half and half. So I've been on that Dave Ramsey life for a hot minute now. And I don't do it 100% to the T. But my wife and I, we're very adamant about trying not to take on debt as much as possible. So we paid off our debt a while ago. We ended up copping a Tesla because we needed a new car. So we're in a little bit of debt for that. Now, when I started, I did put most of my stuff on credit cards. And it took me a little bit too long. So I would just be weary of taking a loan, especially if you don't know if you're making money or not. Because the biggest thing that we have to talk about, especially when it comes to like our businesses and stuff and just our lives, the less debt you have, the less you have to work. So again, like a lot of people don't agree with what Dave Ramsey talks about, but at the end of the day, like, you know, 2020 happens. If you had no debt and you lost your job, the only things you'd have to really worry about were like food, you know, and like everyday stuff. Whereas like what happened to a lot of people is that they're racked with so much debt that they lose their jobs or get less pay, and now they're screwed basically. So that's half the reason I've been able to live like I do. That's half the reason why my wife is able to stay at home with the kids, and we have 4 kids, and we're able to survive. It's not because I make a whole crap ton of money. It's because I have no debt. So my bills are minimal. It's just where I'm living, and like, and that's about it. So very like, I don't know if I would suggest taking out a loan. What I would say is, if you were going to do it, like, sit down with yourself and be really real with yourself and be like, what do I want to buy and how much do I need it? Am I going to book off of that? Am I going to be able to pay this down? You don't want to sit with a loan for too long that's just like sucking money out of you because it has interest on it. So, you know, if you already have cameras and they're half decent, do what you can. Like, I personally, even after paying off debt, I haven't been the greatest about it. I tend to waste a lot of my business income, which in turn means that I end up taking money that could be going to my family away, or just like extra money in general. So like this year, I'm like, look, you got 4 cameras, my dude. You know, you got like 10 lenses. You don't need anything else. So let's try and ride out what you have as long as you can. So if you have nothing at all, I know you have to figure it out. But again, don't take out a $5,000 loan and then you're not sure how to book couples. And so now because of that, because you're not able to book work, you're freaking out. And then because you're freaking out, you do something else stupid, and it just leads down this road. So like, you know, that would just be my overall suggestion. Because the biggest thing you can do for your business is keep your bottom end low, and having no debt is the best way. Because then you can be like, well, as long as my bills get paid, you know, that's how you're able to quit your job. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when I went full time, we hadn't paid off all the debt, but we had paid off so much of our debt that like our bills were super low. So when I moved and I left my job, it was easier for me. You know, like I think my family, I think we live, and we're like 6 people. We live off of like $2,000 a month or something. If you're just counting like our food and stuff, like we don't, things don't cost too much for us. But again, it's because we don't have debt. That's what gets people. You'll be like, yeah, I'm living here and I'm doing that, and then I got this $500 bill and this other $600 bill, and then 2 other like $30, $40 bills for this and that, and it all adds up to like a couple $1,000 every month on top of needing to eat and have shelter. So That would be just my personal. I'm not saying not to do it, but if you don't have cash flow already, be very careful about getting a loan. I did it when I started. Again, I just did credit cards, and it took us a hot minute to pay off those cars. It was not worth it. But it's always hard because you want to start and you want to have good gear, so it's kind of a toss-up. But yeah, let's get back to this site. He's speaking nothing but facts. Kicking that hot gospel. Because yeah, once you, and again, I say this too, sometimes people like, you know, it's easy to hear someone talking about something like, oh, it must be easy for you, John. Yo, I used to be the person who, when I was in college, I used to hit my mom up and be like, yo, can you transfer me 50 cents so that my bank account doesn't go negative and I get the overdraft fee? I used to get overdraft fees all the time. I knew overdraft fees intimately. You know, like that was me. I went from that being straight up broke, like literally being like, I can't eat anything today because if I do, then I'll go negative. And on top, overdraft fees are the worst, right? How banks gonna be like, we're so paid and we got all your money, but oh, you went negative, 45 extra bucks. What? You owe us now because you went negative. Y'all got money already. You don't need my money. Let me start. I can sit here and rant forever. Money is my new thing right now. I have been enlightened after paying off my debt, and it's really it's helped me. And also, it's like, it's a generational thing. I talk about it a lot. Like, most of us grow up and no one teaches us about finances, you know? So then you get to like 18 to 20, you're just like, I got a job, I got money, and you waste everything. And then you get to me when you're like in your 30s and you're like, damn, bro, I just wasted my whole 20s. I could have been paid right now. 2 or 3 little changes of what I was doing back in my 20s, I'd be paid. I'd probably be a millionaire. But nope, wasting my money on stupid stuff, going into debt for no reason. So now I'm backtracking. So yeah, being broke is expensive. It is. Everybody be getting you for your money when you're broke. It's stupid. And then now that I have money, you know, like I got my credit score like pretty decent. And it's just people trying to give you money all the time. You're like, but when you're broke, people are just trying to take your money. The worst. But yeah, so at first glance, I'm not really sure what's happening here. I don't know what you shoot. I guess everything. And nothing's really like solidified into the point for me. Also, again, no one's gonna scroll through all this stuff. So I would change this to a navigation at least so people can immediately get to what they want. Beautiful work, great stuff. It is a lot of the same. Again, like this is the same dude in different shirts. I would get rid of those photos. Like, again, show less and show what you want to. So like 50 photos of that one guy just because you took them is too much. Same mouse over issue on the site for the mobile, exactly. Canon shooters in the house. Yeah, you know, a lot of the same. It's good stuff. I would just really, you know, curate it down a bit. John, for those of us who do more than one type of photography, you recommend to have separate site? I usually do. And again, it mainly comes down to how much you're trying to get paid. Like if you're really like, I want this to be my main work, then you need to make it blatantly obvious to people what you do. I feel like nowadays, just being like, I'm a photographer, I don't know, it doesn't go, there's a lot of photographers. That's half the reason why people will be like, well, my Uncle Joe has a camera, you know. So like we have to be more than that, You know, we have to be like, I'm an expert at wedding photography because that's what I do. People look at your website and see all this and they're like, oh, jack of all trades. Well, my aunt takes photos too. So again, I do think you should and have two different sites, because again, when someone's looking for the one thing and you put 50 things in front of them, they're just gonna be like, that's too many choices. I don't know what I'm looking at. Versus where someone's like, I really want some newborn photography. Boom, newborn photography. I do it. Boom, look at these photos. They're great. Boom, boom, there it is. You know, versus being like, well, I do newborns and portraits and weddings and da 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 da, and then they gotta sift through everything before they get to what they want. Let's see. One question: I used to watch your videos and seen while you click a full portrait photo for the grooms or brides, do you use crop their legs? Oh yeah, everyone always asks me that. I don't know. I'm not really. Everyone's always so concerned about like, why aren't their feet in the photo? I don't care. I'm more so focused on like the emotion overall in the photos. I have a pet peeve on like. Sometimes whenever I have, this is a cool about me page. I see so many photos when they're like so concerned about getting everyone's feet in the photo that something about the focal length and everything and the way it just looks like off. Like you're trying so hard to get their feet in. It's just like there's too many rules. Like, oh no, you're not shooting at ISO 100. Your photo's crap. You're not a photographer. Just take the photos, make them good, make sure people like them. We don't have to be so concerned if their feet are showing or not. Also, I don't know, I don't like full body shots. Sometimes that's what I'm saying. It's like a large group of people and we have to get their feet in. It just feels so forced. I'm not a fan. That's just me though. And again, I'm sure there's a lot of people, oh, John Branch is on some BS. He don't know what he's talking about. He sucks. How did he win 30 Rising Stars when he cuts off everyone's feet? My couples are happy, so. You know, like, there's really no reason. At the end of the day, you can do whatever you want to. As long as you're providing great photos for your couples, giving them a great experience, and getting paid, that's all that matters. Quote it, I don't care. Redoing my website after 2 years from launching. Family and wedding photographer, both doing equally on the income side. Can you please suggest what to put on the homepage? Family and weddings, it's a tight, because sometimes, so the biggest thing when I keep saying niche down is mainly because when you're shooting like portraits and weddings and families and dogs, it's just so separate. But if you can brand yourself, so not that it's like weddings and family, but more so that like it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Because if you can do that, it's like you got married and that one day you're gonna have kids and I'll be taking photos of your family as well. So it's less of niching down and making everything separate, but it needs to feel cohesive and not just like, I do this and I do that and I do this and I do that. If you can do that together and make it feel cohesive, I think you can make it work. Great website. Oh, they're dropping F-bombs, one of those photographers. But that's what I'm saying, like, by doing that, you're very much setting your brand up. Like, this is me. This is who I am. I'm gonna drop it for you for real. I'm not gonna be like, oh, wedding day. It's your wedding. You know, like, no, we're gonna have a good time. I'm gonna take great photos for you. Also, I don't even know if this is weddings. Oh yeah, non-traditional wedding photographer. That's funny. Genuine. And dropping F-bombs. So I love, again, talking about the feel, I love overall what this is going for. Some of these photos I would get rid of. And not this. Like, this works. That's fine. I also love taking photos of people taking selfies. But there was a couple photos that they didn't feel like they were weddings. Like, I couldn't tell. Yeah, even some of these candidates of just, like, family, I need them to be a little bit more obvious at their weddings. But otherwise, like, I see what's happening here and I like it. I understand the point. And this is what I was talking about. Everyone's like so concerned about what photos to show on their homepage. It all goes to the feel. You know, like this is a great shot. Straight can't. So if you get those couples who are like, we want candid photos, they know they're getting it because look at these. This was one of them. I guess this is the groom, but it's hard to tell in this photo. This was another one as well. It's hard to tell. There's not enough context. So it looks like they're just at a party or something. But yeah, getting across the point of the feeling that you want people to have, that is the point. Not, oh my God, it's a great photo. This is awesome. I love these shots. It gets the point across. Like, this is perfect. The bride who wants to be like this will love this. Straightforward, call to action. Here he goes. Straightforward. More, are these clickable? Yep, those are clickable. Yep, straightforward. And again, if anyone scrolls this far, you got all the information you need. It's like, this is what I'm about. What's nice too, someone else told me about this on their website. A lot of times people don't really read stuff. Duh, like, we get that. So if you have stuff like this, your main sections should get the point across again. So if I'm a client and I'm coming in immortally and emotional, dedicated and loyal, investment and value, boom, 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 boom. Wow. I don't need to read the rest of it. You've given me enough to be like, I get it. Great. And that's what we want on our websites. It needs to be obvious what this is and what they're getting, because they're not going to spend money on it if they don't know what they're getting. Here's a contact, some Instagram, straightforward, beautiful. So again, I've said this for most, like, I would get rid of home if possible. But I don't, you know what? I don't know how many people actually know that you can click on the name and it'll take you back home, so. Got it about. Yep, and we're just solidifying everything else. And do you see what I'm saying? Very straightforward. Wedding photographer for non-traditional couple who value real. Cool. Hey, I'm Thaddeus. Cool. I don't care. Great. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can just real quick be like, awesome. He likes to be real. I saw the photos. Here's his name. Great. Contact. Portfolio. I have always been half and half about these clickable portfolios. I don't know if they're a good choice or if they're bad. I have no real thoughts on them, but my only opinion is that I feel like people aren't going to sit here and click unless they're really invested in it. So that's just my 2 cents, but I have no idea what would be better. But I love that you're going with the same theme. Everything's very straightforward. Typo again on the about page. Oh yeah. I'm the king of typos. I typo everything. So extraordinary, genuine. Here it is. Weddings and elopements. Awesome. Portraits, cool. Straightforward. Contact, perfect. Here's our blog. Oh, cool. Yeah, this is good too. I thought about doing stuff like this, like having articles that are good for couples, because you know the real place y'all win if y'all start doing stuff like this where you're trying to give information and teach couples. What you start winning at is SEO. So then when couples are like, oh my God, what do I do for weddings? How do I do a timeline? And they search, and if you come up at the top of the search, that just gets more people on your website. So that's awesome. We got reviews. Again, I would try to link some photos to these, because if it's just a bunch of text, it's not going to stop people enough to want to look at it. And here's our contact again, which came from every other page, which is perfect because it's getting to the point of like, hit me up, hit me up. Yeah, great. This is laid out really awesome. I think my biggest 2 things were this click-through portfolio. I would test out if it works. Do y'all know about Hotjar? I think it's called Hotjar. I haven't used it in so long. Yeah, so Hotjar, it can take like recordings of people using your website. And with it, you're able to see like where they scroll and what they do and what they click of. So try installing something like this on your website. Actually, I don't even know how much it costs. I haven't used Hotjar in so long. Okay, that's not so bad. But it gives you a better idea of what people are doing on your website. Like you can actually literally see where they're clicking. And that way, if you see that they're coming in here and they're actually clicking this, then it's okay. But if you see that they're hitting the page and immediately dropping off, then you might want to change that. Does that work with Showit? I think it works with everything. From my recollection, it's pretty much just like code that you add to your website. But yeah, that was a great website. Yeah, I'm not sure about this clicking, and I would put some photos to go along with these reviews. And other than that, this is solid. Solid website. Again, this is what I was talking about with your core photo. Wedding photographer service. Boom. What do I see? Weddings. Great. It makes sense. They do weddings. Here's a picture of a wedding. Awesome. Weddings and elopements. Engagements, details, moments. I might try to put this together so it's less for people to click on. Again, people have a short attention span, so there's no point in putting so many things for them to do or click on. Just like, you know, give them the thing straight up and be like, here it is. Go ahead and, you know, find what you need. Straightforward. Versus it being like 50 different choices. Here's a quick about me. So yeah, that's good. All of this is very great. Did it say where you're at? Oh yeah, Atlanta and Southeast. Awesome. Yeah, I might try and connect these a little bit and just be like weddings. But I'm not totally sure. Again, all this stuff is subjective too. This is just me looking at it and being like, this is kind of what I think. So that's take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just a dude. I'm just a random guy. Okay, so we got about. Awesome photo. Some straightforward stuff. Pretty good, pretty decent. Oh yeah, this I might split up. Yeah, it's the same as like with the home page. I would try and break that up a little bit so there's not as much. I love these live streams so much. Thank you so much. Awesome. I love that you kept it to just a handful of photos rather than like, here's 50, again, perfect amount of photos. Here's enough to get the feeling in there. Boom, 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 boom. There it is. Like, here's some more cute stuff. And see, because it's not redundant, it gives you enough to see kind of the overall style. Okay, I think the clouds have finally decided they want to roll in. So. Watch the sun come out like the moment I make that change. So, you know, like you get some of these wider, interesting shots, you know, you get some close-up fun stuff. Look at them being silly, how fun. Like, it's enough to get the point across. So that it's not so much like, here's every photo I've ever taken. It's like, here's a couple of great shots from the session. Awesome. That's good. Yeah. What did I tell y'all? What did I tell y'all? That sun came out full force too. I got a variable ND filter this time though. Oh, that's dark. Wow, ND filters are crazy, y'all. Thanks for keeping me sane while I work with the chill stream. If not for it, I'd be going nuts right now. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. I might change this off of being moments. I might change it. Just call it weddings. In general. Because too, again, when you say moments, it has to be very specific. Like, this is not a moment. This is just somebody walking. So it's one of those type of things that I would just maybe, I don't know. I don't know what I would change it to, but I feel like changing it could help a little bit. Oh yeah. Yeah, I would moments and portraits doesn't make sense. I would put them together and just call it weddings or something. Also too, info, I might change the pricing or investment or something. Like, let people know what it is that they're getting into. I know sometimes people are like a little bit scared to say pricing or something like that on their site, but I think you should make it obvious what it is. Info doesn't really make sense. Obviously, most people will probably click there because like, info, I want more info. Oh my goodness, I'm about to, hold on. We gotta do the auto shutter speed because this is just. Alright. We got auto shutter on now. That should help a little bit. Finally got the mag sphere and love it. Awesome. And then we have contact and book. Yeah, I would get rid of one. If they both go to the same place, you should probably just have book now. Well, okay, they both have two very different kind of purposes. Book now is obviously a very direct thing. And if people aren't ready to book you, they may not click on it. Like, they might be scared of it because they're like, well, I don't even know if I want to book. Booking now is like, it's very like, book now, you know? Contact is just like, hit me up to maybe find out more or to talk a little bit more, to see where you feel. So just, I would say pick one. I like the fact that it's a button. So if anything, either change contact to a button or just keep book now. But yeah, I would, portraits and moments, I would just connect together and say weddings or something. Don't feel like you have to make it seem like more because you don't have a lot of work. Like, don't be scared of your of maybe not having as much work. Hey John, how are you? I wanted to ask, how would you start your wedding business today with all the knowledge you have gathered so far? You move somewhere where no one knows you and you start from zero. How do you suggest to start my photography? So okay, so the same question from everybody. It's hard. It is really hard. I think the way that I started initially is probably a good process for most people. So I was on Thumbtack and I used that as a way to still get paid while I also built my portfolio. It might not have been the most beautiful weddings, but a lot of the stuff was good. So Thumbtack is great. It's gonna be cheaper couples, but that's okay, you're new. Someone shouldn't be paying you thousands of dollars when you have no idea what you're doing. So I would use some kind of service like that and see, just kind of start so you can start getting paid at least while you start. And again, like I was saying earlier, try not to take on too much debt if possible, because that's great, you're making money, but if you're like evening out all the time, it like you're literally working for no reason. Oh my goodness, these clouds. Yeah, I haven't used Thumbtack in a while, so I don't know if they're any good anymore. I stopped using them. Honestly, I wonder. So here's Thumbtack, right? They're still around. So you can either look for someone to hire. So let's say I want to find photography, right? And so see, there's all these people on here. And you see, it's pretty cheap stuff. Pretty straightforward. Actually, I want to... Wedding photography. Oh my goodness. Starting at 300. But again, see that there's a very specific clientele you're going to be looking at. But like, again, it's not going to be the greatest experience overall. But that's how I built my portfolio. Like, I can't even get on Thumbtack anymore where my business is, because it would just be ridiculous. All these people are like, 100, starting at $100. I'd be on there like, starting at $5,000. You gonna pay me? And I'll probably never get hired. I wonder how accurate this is, though. I feel like they're showing these prices just to get people like in the door. Starting at $250. Let's see price. Oh, you can't. I want 8+ hour wedding. There you go, 2,600. That makes more sense. I see. Yeah, they're showing you like the cheapest price just to get you in the door. I'm curious. Maybe I'll get back on there and see how it works out. But yeah, I'm way overpriced. Like right now, I raised my prices in my area because I'm only taking 10 weddings. So like if I got on Thumbtack, it would just be ridiculous. People would look at my prices and be like, why? There's zero customization. You can post as a pro. Oh, really? I had a site. I think they got rid of it. Yeah, I think they got rid of it. I guess they were like, you're not active anymore, so can you search for a specific person? Nope. Yeah, I think they got rid of me. Oh, this person watches me or is on Instagram or something. I think they're on the stream sometimes. But yeah, something about Thumbtack at one point changed, and I was kind of like, and so I stopped using it. But who is this? I'm pretty sure, like, yeah. Yeah, they submitted some stuff to the photo editing on stream one time, I'm pretty sure. How cool. Okay. Let me grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Y'all ever eat figs? Figs are mad tasty. How important is the name of your photography business before creating a website? I don't know that it's very much important. Again, as long as everything lines up as far as the stuff you're showing and how it feels and everything. Are you doing any more critiques? Yeah, I have a whole like list of people I got to get through. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through all of it. We'll see. 2 hours into the stream, I've done about 20-ish. Your videos I've learned a lot from them. So I might shoot my first wedding in August. Awesome. Okay. Bradley Kearns. Real people, real moments. Pretty good photo. As far as real people. We got some, featured weddings. See more weddings, which a lot of times that's what people want. Navigation looks good. About, photos, pricing, contact. Straightforward. Again, lead them where you want them to go. We got one of these little help chat bots, which is kind of cool. Yep, here's a review, but again, photos to go along with it. And this is still from Squarespace, so obviously we just gotta load this up. Here we go, very straightforward. About me, looking good. Call to action, looking good. Here's photos. It's always hard with Squarespace to know how much of this photo is going to show, depending on how people are looking at things. This is laid out kind of how I had it, where it's like there's blog posts. That's how it is on my website. And this is good, very straightforward. Enough work. I'm half and half on showing blog posts like this. Oh, but see, what's this coming from, PicTime or something? I wouldn't do this. I would just upload a couple of photos. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is PicTime. Yeah, I would find a way to just upload the photo. I see, this is like a PicTime. That's cool. Yep, we got our pricing up front. We got some heirloom stuff. Contact looks good. Got a little close to my website though. That's a big thing, y'all. Try not to straight pull something from someone else's website. This is like word for word. I don't know if it's straight up copied, but definitely, plagiarism is a real thing. So make sure you just change up the wording a little bit. But other than that, yeah, it's good, straightforward. John, what are your criteria to become a second photographer as someone who wants to see how professionals work? So a lot of times, especially for a second, I need someone who already knows what they're doing enough. So if you're like super green, that's not gonna work for me because I need someone that I can depend on throughout the day. So that's one of the biggest things. Aside from that, I just need to make sure you're cool and also that you're not gonna step on my toes at the wedding. One of my number one pet peeves is having a second photographer who like tries to lead the day. So they be trying to tell couples what to do. And again, there's a difference between being helpful and stuff and like doing too much and kind of overstepping me. I have a huge pet peeve against that. When people try to overstep me, I'd be like, because I'm the main photographer, okay? Like, you're supposed to be listening to me, not trying to make people do things. So yeah, it's pretty big for me. But yeah, just knowing you're gonna make my brand look good. I can't have you come as a second if you're gonna be at my wedding looking like straight trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need you to dress good. I need you to act well. I need you to support me. I usually try to meet with people too before they become a second with me. How would I be able to speak? Send me an email. But I'll tell you again, I'm only taking like 10 weddings a year, so I don't have a lot of weddings. And that's the biggest thing, because I'll say like, oh, these are things you can do to be a second, and people will be like, I hit you up, but I didn't really hear anything. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of weddings. Like, I really don't. I shoot a handful, and most of them aren't even here. I think next month I'm in South Carolina. After that, I'm in Georgia. After that, I'm in New York. I'm all over the place usually. There's this video where you spoke about how great your second photographer would clean up the area and make things easy. Yeah, exactly. It's like stuff like that. That's the stuff that matters. The main girl I use is my second. She's awesome. She's just like on top of everything. Like half the time I don't even have to think about stuff. She's just like taken care of. And it's like the little things. That's the stuff that matters. Taking photos is not what matters. Unless I ask like, hey, I need you to take this photo. Other than that, that's not the most important part to me. If you don't get to mine, it's all good. I learned a lot from your experience. Keep up the awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to get through as many as I can today, but I don't think I'm gonna get through like 7. That's so many. Let's keep going. We got David Stevens, family photography, which again, straightforward here. Boom. Look how cute this kid is. Your kid's cute. You want this. Beautiful Nashville family photography. Bam. Right to the point. Why so few weddings? I'm basically transitioning into YouTube more. So I spend most of my time teaching others and, you know, doing YouTube. And it's actually more lucrative than weddings. So I'm doing more YouTube now. So I'm just taking less weddings. I don't want to be so busy that I don't even have time to spend with my family. The only thing I would say, I mean, I guess it depends on the type of family photography you're trying to do. But these feel so much like snapshots, which are good. But I feel like someone as a family photographer or like a family, they're looking for that one shot. You know, the big shot you hang on the wall of the whole family. And I would make sure to at least show some of these on here. My only holdup with it looking and feeling so much like snapshots is that anyone feels like they can take snapshots. They look at this and they're like, well, I can do that with my iPhone. And again, as a photographer, we're like, bro, look at this bokeh. You can't do that on your iPhone, but most people don't care. So you have to really show them what you can give them. And that's my only suggestion here, is that a lot of this feels too snapshotty. Not saying don't include these photos in your sessions, because they're great. When I do family photos too, I love to have these in here. But you need at least a couple photos of like, here's the whole family together. Because especially the people who are paying a lot of money, like that's what they're looking for. Like, honestly, the people who pay the most money, they're looking for that, like, we're all wearing the same color shirt, you know, like, family shot. And while that might not be what you do, I think including that within this stuff would help, maybe. Again, everything with a grain of salt. Here's a little about me. Straightforward. And then get in touch. If anything, pricing. If you're doing this for work, pricing should definitely be up here. Again, as a family, that's the first thing you're going to want to know is how much does it cost? Especially once you start having kids like me, when you have 3 and 4 kids, and you know your kids aren't going to be calm enough to take photos the whole time. It's like, how long is the session? How much does it cost? Those are like the 2 main things that matter. Thank you for all your helpful content. It really helps a lot to start. And when you're planning to do the next behind the scenes video, they are truly amazing. Yeah, I got one that I'm editing now, so I need to go ahead and get it done. I'm a huge fan of your videos, so the more the better. Learned so much since subscribing. Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. We're making some headway, but I don't think I can do everybody. If anything, we'll do another stream for next month and finish off everybody else. Would you suggest a new photographer to create a portfolio via Instagram? A website or physical portfolio? Always have a website. Always have a website. Instagram is cool and all, but you need a website. A website will make you look more legit. There's so many Instagram bros, so many just rando people on Instagram, you know, like you need a website to be like, look, I'm a legit working photographer, not just some kid on Instagram. How do you know how much to charge? Honestly, at the end of the day, you can charge whatever you want to. The biggest thing you can do for yourself, though, is look in your area, find photographers in your area, find what you would consider like the creme de la creme, like the best photographers, and then find the lower photographers. Figure out your average in your area, see what that would be, and then figure out how much you need to get paid to live. And again, this goes back to me talking about lowering your debt as much as possible. So again, if every month you, let's say, have to have $1,500 to live, you know, food, shelter, bills, I need to have at least $1,500. Cool. Then after you figure that out, you can say, well, if I charge $500, you know, I only need to book 3 sessions in a month. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's how you, and if that $500 falls within that average of your area, that's the best way to do your pricing. Then take that $500 and add a little extra to it based on like how far you have to travel, how long does it take, how much you get paying for your time, and that's how you figure out your pricing. But there is no like specific like what do I charge? There's no number. You can charge whatever you want to. But again, base it off the average of your area, base it off of how much you need to get paid to live, base it off of your own experience. Take those all together and that should help you figure out what you need to get paid. Hi, I'm Brazilian photographer. I discovered your content recently and I have to say it helped a lot. Awesome. Man, I want to go to Brazil sometime. Trying to go to Brazil. Digital Productions, Envision Impacts. Photography, videography, podcast production. This seems, podcast production is kind of, I get it because you probably do like video podcasts, but it just feels like such a stretch. Again, it's one of those like trying to do too much. We got Jersey in the house. Hello. So this looks like a stock image. Don't use stock images. Just don't. Again, everything should be leading towards your photography and the feel of your business and photographies. A random like stock footage photo just like kills the whole vibe. I really enjoyed the video where you filmed your entire wedding day photography. You should do more. Yep, I got a couple more coming. I have some old ones. Y'all can go back and watch my first one. But yeah, I'm editing some more right now. Popping in from got Boston in the house, Beantown. Should you post on your website that you do wedding photography even though you never have? Or wait until, I would wait until you at least did a wedding. At least one. Or second it a fair amount of times. Copy here doesn't speak to photography, videography at all either. That's what I'm saying. It's very, this is like, and again, all my critiques, there's no hate here. I'm trying to help everybody out and just give y'all perspective. This is very much someone who bought a camera and is just trying to make money and is not, it's a very like, it's this thing I did it when I first started, where you're doing things that you think you're supposed to do to be able to get people to pay you. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a form of imposter syndrome. So instead of just being like, this is me and this is my business and this is how I'm running the business, it's like a bunch of like business jargon and stock footage to be like, look, I'm professional. And it's like, no. Because again, the photos don't line up with this stock image. even like, not to like make it a racial thing, but it's like, if you're mainly shooting black people, this stock, like, pick at least a stock footage with black people, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that just, it just totally, it just doesn't work. It doesn't, and it just makes everything feel like, you know, like, you know, when, you know, you ever live in a city where you get the little Asian lady who walks up on you with all the bootleg DVDs and stuff? That's what it feels like, you know? You see the movie and you're like, oh man, I want to see Spider-Man No Way Home or whatever, but they got the little bootleg thing with it's like a ghetto DVD box with like a printout photo of the movie, you know? So you're looking at it like, is this really the movie? I'm not sure. I don't know if I can trust it. That's what this feels like. It just feels like, hey, I do photos and I want to make sure that you believe that it's real. So I'm being like, so that would be my biggest suggestion here, is like, lean into yourself. You don't have to try to look a certain way to make your business be legit. Even just like saying services and stuff, I don't know. It's like you're trying to book like a whole corporation or something, where generally you're probably just working with people. Talking about videography services, I don't see no videos. And that's why I get people who ask me that all the time. Hey, can I build a website and put stock photos on it? No. No. You know, that'd be like me, I don't even know, like, that's like me trying to say that I'm like a designer bag, right? I make designer bags, but then I go buy Louis and be selling Louis out my trunk. I'm not a designer bag maker. I'm just a dude selling Louis Vuitton bags that already exist. And it's the same thing. Again, I'm not hating. It's just, if you're trying to sell something and you have a service, be confident in your service, not just trying to get someone to do the thing and give you money. It's almost like you're just trying to trick them. And I'm not saying you are, but that's what it comes off as. We got Flame in the house. Yo, your senior portraits, or not even senior, I guess college graduate, but that stuff is so good. I love watching your Instagram. Great with your behind the scenes too. You've been killing the game recently. Even this, like, with the logo, it's just like, it's like trying too hard. It's one of those, you know, like, you meet those people, right? Especially back in high school. You're just trying to make friends, but they're like trying too hard. And you're like, bro, just chill. Let's hang out. You know, it's fine. You don't have to be some kind of way. Like, let's just be cool. Stop being extra to try and prove to me that you're a cool person to hang out with. Let's just be cool. Because you trying too hard makes you not cool. So it gives you the exact opposite of what you want. That's what it feels like. Yeah, it's just like it's like too much. It's like, I can do all the things. This is one of those things where you have to really sit down, I think, with someone to help you, like, hone in on your business and what you're really trying to do. Because a jack of all trades is just not, it's not the way. And again, I know that, because not to act like I'm so amazing, but, you know, like, I'm an overall artist. I used to dance. I used to draw. I do music. I've been doing photography, which, again, photography came later in life with me. When I really picked up photography, I was like 25, 26. I had never shot a camera in my life before that. I pick up the art fairly quickly. So again, not like, oh, I'm the greatest artist. No, but again, a lot of times when people are artistic, it's easy for them to be artistic in a lot of areas. So there's a lot of things I can do. You know, I was at one point doing audio post-production, you know, mixing and mastering and mixing stuff for documentaries and short films. I can do that. but I literally stopped when I switched to photography. I don't do it often, and now my chops are kind of ruined. But you don't see me with a website like photo and video and audio. It's too much. Like, pick what you want to do and specialize in it and get in there. Versus trying to convince. It's too much. We have to as a business get a way of trying to convince someone that we're good. When I first started working at Apple, they used to talk about it all the time. They put you on the floor as salespeople, and they're like, don't sell the computers. The computers should sell themselves. What you're here for is to help people understand what they're getting and giving them the best experience of what they're getting, not convince them to buy. You're not doing sales. So it's the same thing. Like, we want to get to a place in our businesses where everything on our site is so clear and confident and focused and to the point, and again, your imagery and your words line up together that you don't have to sell them. You're just being like, this is the product, and they go, wow, that's great, I want that. And then you customer service them to what they want, not convince them to give you money and then complain. And so that's what happens to most people. And then you complain about your customers being lame or wanting too much. All that happens because there was a disconnect in your brand, because all you wanted was their money, and now you're not giving them good customer service, and it's just bad overall. Do you think wedding photography is oversaturated? No. There are billions of people in this world, and most people get married and get divorced and get married again. There's no oversaturation. There's a lot. That's like everyone, oh, your prices are too cheap and you're bringing down the market. No, I don't believe in that. What's happening is that there's a bunch of people who are trying to convince people to pay them versus having a great service that speaks for itself. And because of that, they're mad because they feel like they're focusing too much on the things that don't matter. So if you don't have a strong brand and your product doesn't speak for itself, the only thing you have left at that point is price. Which is why the people who complain about people bringing down the market, well, the truth is, and again, the hard truth is, your business sucks. That's just, I don't want to be mean, but that's what it is. Your brand is not good. It's that simple. If you get to a certain pricing bracket and you're not booking, that's you. Isn't no one wants to pay the price? No, I raised my prices recently and I've not booked a single thing. So instead of me sitting here and being like, well, it's because I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina, and no one would. No, there are people in Raleigh, North Carolina who are paid. You know what I'm saying? And there's people booking $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 weddings. I just went to a workshop and talked to some planners, and they're like luxury planners, and they were like, yeah, on average our couples spend probably around like $15,000 to $30,000 on photography only. There's people paying it, and they were like Southern, maybe they live in New York. No, this was like Southern, and in the South, they spending money in the South. So really, again, so now I raised my prices, right? And I think my photos are good. I know I have the experience, but I'm not booking. So instead of saying it's because Smojo down the road charges $500, I need to go, what about my brand is not connecting? What about my product is not connecting? There's something I'm missing, which is why they're not booking me. What do I need to adjust for them to see it and get it? It's the same difference with Apple computers. Yes, you can get a Dell for cheaper. People still be buying expensive Apple laptops. Yes, a lot of times PCs perform better. Not anymore with the M1 though, but that's another subject. But you can get a cheaper Dell that performs just as well as an Apple computer. But the product speaks for itself. So people are gonna spend the extra money. It is that simple. So yes, there is no oversight. It's the same thing with YouTube. People ask me all the time, like, oh, I want to start YouTube, but there's mad YouTubers. There's billions of people watching. All you need is like a tiny little inch of that billion people, and you have a whole bunch of people watching your YouTube channel. So it's like, I could go on forever. So no, I don't believe in oversaturation, because there's photographers out here getting money. It's really more so people who don't have their branding together. And so they're mad. And they're trying to find, instead of looking inward, they gotta point at something else. So, oh, it's all these new photographers charging cheap prices. No, bro. Because if you were the photographer to have, if you were the photographer in your area, that people like were fainting over you and stuff, at the talk of your name, oh my God, I really want to have them do my wedding. If you were that photographer, Smojo charging $1,000 is not hurting your business. Because there's people who are fiending for you. They've been fiending for you since they were of age. You know what I'm saying? Their mom got married by you because you were the photographer. And now the children are like, oh, my mom got married by this guy and I heard so much about him, in the game for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could go on forever though. We got Brent Pictures, wedding photography, videography. I don't know where this is, but that's awesome. About to look it up. I'm not cultured at all. I'm so sorry. Us Americans don't know anything. I'm sorry. I wish I knew the world more. But I'm American. Bro, where is this? This is crazy. Oh, it's over by ice. Does this count? What country does this count as? Is this its own country? Do y'all know this place? Can someone Can someone help me? Where is this? It's so tiny. It's probably beautiful out there. Is this Iceland or does this count as Norway? United Kingdom maybe? It's like smack dab in the middle. Is it? I Denmark? This is Denmark? How does that work? Oh, Lavanda's back. I didn't do your site yet. In 1814, the Treaty of... I'm not going to pronounce none of this because I'm the worst at pronouncing anything. Norway to Sweden, whereas Denmark kept its Atlantic territories, which included... While part of the Kingdom of Denmark, Faroe Island, self-governed since 19... Wow. Oh, that's wiki. Okay, I'm like, I'm just an American. I don't know about anything. How cool. That's awesome. We learned a little bit today. Wedding photographer, videographer. So again, this is one of those, the imagery and the text don't match. Because it's like wedding, and then I just see a bunch of photos. They're great photos, but they're not wedding. So I'm like, are you wedding? the more you know. Okay, here's a wedding one. And I think that was the first photo. So again, this is one of those cases where it's like, just have this one photo. It's okay. You don't have to be like, see, look, I'm a photographer. Or even this one would probably be better. Just because the emotion and facial expressions. Oh, cool. Look at this. This must be like tradition. This is awesome. But you know, like, this brings home the point a little bit more. The rest of this stuff is cool, but it's not really, it's not bringing home the point. Oh yeah, I'm digging this. Digging this outfit. I like it. Yeah. If you're mainly trying to do weddings, I would just get rid of most of the rest of this stuff and just focus on the weddings. Man, this is gorgeous. I'm about to go out there. Can you even fly there? How much would it cost? About to book a flight right now. Can I even? How do you spell this place? I'm the worst, y'all. Wait. I need to know. Oh, it's not even showing up. Foul? That's Portugal? How do I get here? I want to go. A 13-hour flight? How do I fly there? There we go. Get me there. RDU to the 34 hours? Oh my goodness. 2 stops? $1984, $2,000 style shoot. Some of these images look stock. I don't know, this looks like from one wedding. I mean, this stuff. I mean, that's good stuff though. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't think it is, but yeah, I would take this off the site if you're trying to mainly say like weddings. There's no point in having it there. Oh, did they get ready together? I had one wedding do that and I was like, this is awesome. Oh my goodness. Ah, so good. Again, with the click stuff, I'm not sure if that's the best way to show photos because I don't know if people are going to sit there and click. They might, though. It might keep them on the site for longer. Yeah, I think everything else is laid out. Oh, also see, I was about to be done. I would separate this out some so people can get to this stuff more. Prices and contacts should come out of here. About all that should be in the navigation. I shouldn't have to go hunting for it and then figure out that it's here. They did start with the more expensive price though, so that's good. Also, why does it say English? Oh, because I see. It's the English version of this stuff. That's fine. Okay. I don't know. I take that back. 20 years old? How awesome. I mean, like, this is stock, I guess. I would get rid of something, but that might just be a placeholder. Yeah, 14 days. I saw that too. That's what I was thinking. I was, damn, 14 days. No, overall, it's pretty good. I understand why this is happening now. I would just really hone in on those weddings. I would just get rid of everything else. There's no point in having it. And I know it might, again, be one of those things where it's like, I need to make sure that they know that I take photos, but like, this would be great for some, this might be a stock image, but if it's not, that'd be great for commercial work. But yeah, again, more is not the answer. Less is more. That goes for everybody. Stop being so concerned that people are going to look at your photos and be like, I have no photos. That's fine. Just work on building your portfolio and kind of go from there. Let's see. Okay, if anything, I'm going to get up to at least Lavon. Lavon? I can't remember. Yeah, Lavon. I'm gonna get there at least. We gonna get Lavonda in there. Oh no, Jesse's in there too. We gotta get up to Jesse. At least. Before we stop. Cause y'all be in the stream like every stream. I gotta show some love. Those wedding images are bliss. The sock in the car looks stock. Yeah, it's so hard to. And if they are stock, it's very much just like just take. It's okay. We don't need to prove anybody. We don't need to prove to anybody at all. Tailored captures. You're coming up in just a little bit, actually. Oh wait. Yeah, actually, you're next. All right. We got photos. Colette. Photos, Colette, photography. The name feels a little redundant to me, but if you're already like knee deep in SEO for your name, I would just keep it, but yeah, some of these shots I would probably take out. It was mainly that engagement one. I feel like it wasn't as strong. This one here. Because especially for an engagement photo, when you can't see the guy on his knees really, I feel like it loses the impact. If it was from the side, it'd be a little different. So first off, you're not telling me where you are. Oh, here it is, based in Cleveland, Ohio. But this needs to be big somewhere. It's good being here as well, but it needs to be up here. Like, it needs to be obvious, like, hey, I'm in Ohio. Boom. About me is cool. We got call to action. That's great. We have some photos here. Again, it's just too much. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Too many photos. Is this a stock image? I hope not. But yeah, again, if anyone, no stock images, y'all. None. If you did not take the photo, do not use it. But yeah, again, less is more. Also, too, you haven't really specified to me what you do. I mean, I guess overall you're just saying I do photos in general. But I would love to see it, you know, niche down a little bit further. Also, again, it's just a lot. You can cut these down a little bit to your best photos. Like, yeah, we need to get away from showing stuff to feel like we're showing enough. We need to get to a confidence place in our businesses rather than always operating out of fear that we're not doing enough or showing enough or people won't find it. Like, we gotta get out of that. And I know it's hard. It's hard to listen to it, but again, until you're confident in your work, you're not gonna get work. It's that simple. So I would truncate all this down. It's a little too much up front. Now I will say it's good that you did have photos right here from the top. So it's like, oh cool, about me, boom, here's some photos. It just doesn't need to be that much. Like maybe this amount of photos right here would be fine. Oh, it's portfolio. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, especially, is this one of those one page? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the one page websites because again, most people aren't going to scroll. Now, at least the navigation helps, but most people aren't going to scroll this. Client albums, I would try to do something with that and put it somewhere else hidden where you can send a link to your client specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's helping you to not show your pricing on the site. And again, I feel like a lot of people operate out of fear. Amanda, yeah, Amanda, you're on that list too. You're up there with Jesse. You're actually, you're the one right before Jesse. So you're second to last. For my at least, based on, we'll see how long I go, but I'm going to at least get to Jesse. Hey, is the list full for the website? It is. Yeah, no more sending stuff for right now. But yeah, so first off, services I would bring over more. And then second, I don't know. This is like, it's almost like clickbaity. You're not even telling me anything, you know? It's like, go to services and I'm like, okay, there's all these different things you do. So I'm curious. I'm like, okay, what do you do for wedding photography? I don't know. 1 hour introduction meeting. Get in touch with me. Okay. And unless I really like your stuff, I'm probably not going to hit you up. Because I don't even know what I'm getting into. Like, I don't want to have to meet with you just for you to be like, it's $50,000. And me be like, well, I can't do that. Again, and to each their own. But I'm big on showing your price. You have to click on it again. Oh no, that's for. But yeah, it's just so much clicking. Like, people might not even click. They might come here and be like, oh, cool. I mean, I guess they would click. That'd be your first initial reaction. It's just, it's so many clicking to go so deep in the website to be like, hey. Also too, like, look at the wording here. So I'm like, how much does it cost? Okay, services. Yeah, it's too many pieces of like, I guess you take photos. That's about all I know. What kind of photos? I don't know. Then I go to services and I'm like, okay, this is what you offer me. I wonder how much it costs. Great, request the book. I don't even know what I'm booking. Just a meeting, but I don't know how much it costs. Do I want to meet with you? I want to book an engagement session. Just curious, am I included on the list of websites? CJ McLaughlin. Oh, we got Flame site too. Y'all gonna make me do this whole thing. I don't see CJ on here. But yeah, as of right now, I'm gonna go at least to Jesse. And we'll see how long we are there. And if I'm still feeling good, we're gonna keep going, but so yeah, the biggest thing for this website is fix this navigation, truncate down what you offer, less photos, get that contact coming up closer. The contact page should be its own page. Having contact here at the bottom is cool, but you need an actual page as well. And then this whole service is, don't make people book a meeting with you just to tell them the price. Don't do that. Just tell them the price. Don't be scared of your prices. And don't be scared of someone else being like, your prices are too low. Just get that noise away. If you're new and you don't have a lot of experience, get that noise out of here. People always want to tell you your prices are too low. You know what, man? Even just thinking about it, people coming at you talking about your prices are too low, it makes me so mad, because it's like, oh yeah, because I want to charge low prices. Everybody wants to charge more. You know, like, who doesn't want to charge more money? The only reason they're cheap is probably because they're inexperienced or they're scared in their business and they need someone to help them. But coming at them being like, your prices are too low, you're hurting the market. No, man. Help them out. I can't. I'm so mad. I just thought of that. People are the worst. I'm a fan of starting. Yeah, starting at's good too. At least something. Give people something that they can at least be like, oh, cool. You know, it's at least going to be this much. And then they can decide if they want to hit you up or not. But to be like, unless you're charging like premium prices because you're known to be premium, you probably should have at least your price or starting at. You should just go ahead and have it up there. Until you're like on the top, there's no reason to not show your pricing, at least in my opinion. But John, I want to buy a Lambo at Hyundai prices. I'm as you can tell, I'm very much not a fan of the you're bringing down the market mentality. I just don't like it. It doesn't even make sense. There's everybody servicing somebody. There's some people in this world who have lots of money and want to pay $20,000 for a photographer of $20,000 caliber. And there's some people who don't have a lot of money and want to pay $500 for a $500 photographer who's decent enough. To each their own, and there's nothing wrong with it. Honestly, yeah, the only way that they're bringing down the market is they're bringing it down for all the cheap people. That's the only way the market can be brought down. Everything is like bracketed. So like I get what they're saying when they're saying that you're bringing down the market, but the point is there's like sections of the market. There's a whole bunch of markets. So obviously, if there's $30,000 wedding photographers and I'm charging 10 and giving them $30,000 work, yeah, okay. People might be like, but see, at that caliber, if you're too cheap, people won't book you. When you get that high of skill and your business is there, people are actually more scared of lower prices than they are of higher prices. Because they're going to think, well, there must be something wrong with your business if you're not charging this much, but you're trying to claim to be on this same level. I've been told by like 4 clients that my prices are too low. Yeah, if your clients are telling you the prices are too low, then you probably should start charging. That's a little different than someone saying you're bringing down the market. Yeah, if your own clients are saying you're not charging enough, then yeah, you're not charging enough. Good old Pixie set. This slideshow is moving a little too fast for me. I feel like I want some kind of text up here or something. Obviously the photos get the point across, but like I feel like I'm just looking at a bunch of photos. I need some information told to me as well. Oh, here we go. Yeah, if this could move up a little bit into this first bit, because even so right now the way I have it laid out is not even the size of like a normal laptop or anything. This is just like a long screen and I still don't get any of this information, so we got an about us. It looks good. Travel days. I was thinking about adding something like this to my site actually, since I travel so often. Because I hate it when I have to go somewhere and then like I want to do a shoot or something, but I have nobody. And so then I'm just kind of like, oh, okay. Here I am, I guess. We got book now. We got Instagram. Looks good. Navigation looks good. Got about. Oh, look at that. This even brings it when you have a couple team photographer. It's nice to be like, here's us in wedding stuff too. We get married. Everybody knows it. What's this? Oh, that's cool. Q&A or FAQ, I mean. More links. This looks great. We got the blog layout style, which is fine. And see, y'all see that? 5. That was it. And that's good. It's enough for me to like, oh cool, click in it. And so earlier I was saying don't have too many photos, but they have this laid out kind of telling a story. Oh, this is gorgeous. That all this tall grass stuff. So yeah, that's good. This is perfect. This is enough. And when you do these blog style portfolios, this is perfect. Just enough to get the feel of the day so that people can be like, wow, look at them at a whole wedding. That's perfect. And they're only showing like 5 weddings. They're just like, here it is, straight on. Just to get the point across. That's what you want. You want people to know what they're getting and to know that your product is a solid product. Yeah, that's good. Again, I don't know if people will scroll that far, but it's not bad. How long do you shoot for a normal wedding day? I normally do 8 hours. But I'll do more, obviously, if the couple wants to pay for it. Testimonials with photos, which is the best way to do it. Beautiful. Ooh, ooh, y'all see this? That's good. I don't think I've ever seen anyone else doing that. That's awesome. I like that a lot. So see, that's like the middle ground between starting at and just showing your pricing. It's like on average, this is about how much a couple spends. Cool. Because then they could be like, oh great, that's around our budget. But then you can still do what people like to do when you don't show your pricing, which is talk about value and then also show them the rest of the products that they can get. That's actually good. That is, I don't think I've ever seen that actually. I'm sure there's other people who are doing it, but that's like ingenious. Yeah, that's good. Great. That's good. I like that a lot. I have to stop and like catch my breath. That caught me all the way off guard. I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. That's awesome. John, just wanted to come back and say I went through Squarespace live chat to fix my navigation bar. And my man created a whole video showing me how to do it. Squarespace is, yeah. We used to do it. I used to love working at Squarespace. What did they do? So instead of showing their prices or saying starting at, they're saying average couple spends. So they're giving you an idea of how much people who work with them spend, rather than just saying this is how much it costs. That way, you can talk more about value versus just being like, here's the price. Because it's like, oh, average they spend this much because they're getting this. But there's also this. And this is why you want this. And then it makes it easier to, not really, but you know what I'm saying? It's easier to upsell. It's not really upsell, because when it comes to wedding photography, you're legitimately trying to help your couple. So if you are upselling anything, all you're doing is being like, these are great things you should have on your day. And it's gonna be way easier to do that when you have a couple spend average. So then you can show them what the high end is. They already have an idea of what the average might be, rather than just saying starting at and then knocking them over the head with like a number that's way higher than they expected, or just saying here's the price and then being like, okay, here's the price. Yeah, that's good. That is so good. I like the chains. I think it balanced your navigation bar. Yeah, I think that home on there was definitely, or what was it? I can't remember what it was exactly, but there was something extra there to just like threw it all off. Or it kills me when you use that voice because it drives the point across. What are your thoughts on adding complimentary engagement sessions to your pack? I think it's great. That's what I do generally. So when you have complimentary engagement sessions, you should be pricing yourself for that anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? So what I do is I have an a la carte price for an engagement just by itself. Like if you just want to do an engagement and that's it, that's the price. But an engagement inside of the package technically is cheaper. Like I'm not charging as much for the engagement because I have you for this whole thing and I think it'll be great for your whole experience. So even if you say it's complimentary, you still technically can charge for it. Don't make it actually free. You know, like, and that's not an underhanded thing. It's just being like, for this price, this is what you're also getting an engagement session. I'm like lost now. Where was I? I was under services. Okay, so change this to investment. Don't be like services and then investment. I think that's a little off. But I love this so much. Great job. Inquire. Let's chat. Where's the form? Yeah, there needs to be a form here or something. Or a button that will click and go into their email. Oh, it's the pictures. Yeah, that's a little confusing. There needs to be something like, so wedding planners and lifestyle photos, those can be down here like that. That's fine. And put buttons so it's more obvious, not just the pictures. But the couples, they need to have a form right here. And if some of these people hit you up through the form, it's kind of whatever. People be doing that to me now all the time, and it's mad annoying. I think I get a new inquiry, and it's like, hey, we want to offer you editing services. And I'm like, don't fill out my form for that, yo. But yeah, the planner and the lifestyle, they can stay down here. Put buttons and make it clearly obvious. Get rid of this bride and groom and turn that into a form so it's obvious to them. Because you saw my initial, I was like lost. I didn't know what was happening. It's like, let's chat. Okay, like even look at this page. Like if this page was like this, let's chat. How? I want to talk to you. You know, so it needs to be very obvious. Corey coming through with a super chat. Thank you so much. Also with the engagement included, their photos will be consistent with their wedding. It's nice. So exactly. So that's why like it can be complimentary, but technically you can still charge for it. It's just a part of the package. And then again, speak of value, not price. So when you're talking about engagement, the point is having the same photographer for your engagement and your wedding goes a long way. You get to shoot with them before your wedding, so you get to get comfortable with them up front. Because of that, on your wedding day, there's one less thing you have to be stressed about, which is, I don't know my photographer. I've never really taken photos. Are they going to be cool? How are they going to pose me? You're going to know it already. Half the time, when I've done an engagement with someone and I'm at the wedding, because I like give names to my poses, I can just be like, you remember that one thing we did? Let's do that again. They're like, oh yeah. So that really, really helps out. This was a great site. Great job, y'all. I love that. Taylor Capture's in here. Yeah, I love that average spend. That's great. That's so good. But yeah, a little bit more text here. Fix that contact page. And other than that, this is great. Because again, really when it comes down to it, like as much as we can design our sites, what we really want is a site that converts. We want a site that can be like, boom, 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 they hit you up. Boom, they booked you. Great. Like that's what we want. We don't want a site where people have to be like sifting through everything. Oh, wow, there's so much stuff. It's too much. Like it's too much. Just get it to them. Get it to them quick. Do you want this? Boom, boom, boom. There it is. You got it. Just for you. Like that's what we want for our couples. Not go find it and figure it out. It's like going to the DMV or something. Y'all ever have to do something at the DMV? And so you go on the website and you're like trying to figure out how and where you're supposed to go. And you know, like it's just so those like government websites are the worst. Can't find nothing. Gotta dig around for 50 years. Even though I didn't get my site in on time, I'm learning a lot. Awesome. Yeah, that's the point. That's why I like these website critiques. There's a lot of things that you can pull because it's, again, websites in general, especially if you're a wedding photographer, working professional. A lot of this stuff is the same across the board. Can I translate? I can't. And obviously, depending on where this person is, it might not matter if you can translate or not. So I can't remember. Is Hebrew? Is it right to left? I'm ignorant, uncultured, uncultured American. I'm sorry. And they take forever to, yeah, those websites are the worst. Government websites are the worst. How do you submit our sites for next time? So again, I need to figure out a way to make it clear, but anytime I schedule, so I do live streams once a month, usually towards the end of the month. And when I schedule it usually about a week or two out. And I'll make an Instagram stories post about it, and you'll be able to see the actual live stream on my YouTube page, like the main page. And usually inside of the video, if you click on it, there's information in the description on either how you can submit your photo or your website or whatever it is that I'm doing that week. So obviously we have some Jewish weddings. It's a fair amount of photos. It looks like we also have some bar mitzvahs and some bat mitzvahs in there. Maybe, I can't tell. I thought there was a couple, but maybe those are just reception photos. This is also, I would get rid of a lot of these photos. I don't think you need that many. A lot of these photos are super strong and they get the point across. So I really don't think that there needs to be this many photos. You're also hitting a lot of the important stuff. You know, you got the sign into the ketubah and stuff. Like everything's very like, here it all is. Here's what you're getting. But yeah, I don't think there needs to be this much. This is again one of those, you like trying to prove yourself, which I don't think you need to do. Like all these shots where they're breaking the glass, like this one's real strong. I don't know what it is. Something about it just works better. This one's not as strong. This one I feel like is not as strong. But yeah, I feel like you can cut this way down. Also, people probably aren't even going to scroll this far anyway, so. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, you could definitely cut this down. And these are all great. Are they clickable? I mean, yeah, they're all great photos. Yeah, okay, it is right to left. So this is contact. So I guess people would be starting here. I'm assuming this is portfolio. So again, this is like redundant too, because we had all those photos in the first place, and now we have like portfolio next. So I just feel like it's a lot. It's a lot of like proving, like, see, I do it. I did it. They're good. I don't think you need to do, and again, your photos are strong. I don't feel like you need to do all that. You might even be able to get rid of this whole page because you already had it up on the main page. So this is going to be portrait stuff. And so this is what I was talking about again. Oh no, this is, okay. These are the bat mitzvahs and the bar mitzvahs. It looks like you don't have a lot. I don't know. I might get rid of this too and just focus on the weddings. Because you know what the thing is too? When people start seeing you're a good photographer and you start getting word of mouth work, they're going to ask you anyway. So like every now and then I'll have someone be like, hey, I know on your website you don't have any families, but do you do family ever? And they'll hit me up, they'll call me. Like if someone's really interested in you, they'll hit you up and ask you. And usually I'm like, yeah, I do families. I can send you some portfolios or like some shots I did in the past. I don't do families often. That's why you don't see it on the website, but I do family photos. So you can take that approach too. Because again, at the end of the day, we're also working against our own time. So like me in my case, I have 4 kids. I'm not trying to shoot everything in the world. Right now, weddings are my bread and butter. They bring in the most money for me. And for my time, they make the most sense. If you really want family and you go out of your way to hit me up about it, I could see if I can make some time for it. But for the most part, I don't really want to be shooting families. So that's why I don't show it. So it's kind of like that as well. Don't think you have to put stuff up just because you do it or can do it. Focus on what you want to do. Focus on what's going to make you the most money in the amount of time that you want to spend. Yeah, same with this stuff. Like, it's cool, but I thought from the main page, and see, this is also another great example. Like, I can't read this. So all I can go off of is what you're showing me based on the site. And so I thought you were a wedding photographer, but now I saw some other stuff. And it's like, are you booking this stuff? Are you getting paid for it? Or are you just showing it to be like, look at the cool work that I do? But yeah, the wedding stuff looked like it was strong and it was your main point of work. I don't know why I can't click on this. Is the worst. I was just talking about don't have the home on your navigation. And I get to the one site that I can't click the logo and get back to home. But yeah, I would cull down your portfolio. And if you want to focus on weddings and have that be the main thing on the site. Still moving along. Elizabeth DeVoe listed herself as a beginner. If these are your photos and you listen to yourself as a beginner, you're hating. Because these photos look great. You ain't no beginner. Don't lie to me. I guess you're starting in the industry. Love the channel. I only dabble in weddings, maybe a couple a year. Is it okay having other genres in their own sections, or am I shooting myself in the foot not having? It really depends. It really depends on what you're trying to do overall in your business. I personally do think it's too much having like a bunch of different things on your website, because it makes you look like what do you do? If you are wanting to focus on weddings, then yes, you really need to just focus on weddings and not put anything else on your website. But if you're looking at doing a little bit of other things, it's okay. Just don't muddy your website up with too much. Do you have a Squarespace discount code? I believe I do. Let me see if I can find that link real quick. It's somewhere here. Floating around somewhere. Here it goes. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it's a discount. Discount for everyone. Oh, it copied that whole. That's fine though. Okay, Elizabeth DeVoe. Navigation's here. That looks good. This read blog here is kind of random. Is there anything here? There's stuff. That works. That's fine. So see, straight to the point. I don't know what kind of photography you do, but here it is. Your story starts here. I'm assuming weddings, Georgia, elopement photographer. Great. So we niched way down. Not just weddings, elopements. And we're in Georgia. Oh, and see, it brings home the point. Look at here in the boots, because we out there eloping on the side of a mountain or something of that sort. So that's great. Here we go. Here's some reviews, and again, photos to back that up. And you see how there's only a couple, and not even all of them are weddings. And you see how all the photos are from this same wedding, or for all I know, this is the style shoot, but either way, it looks like a wedding enough that I get the point. It brings home the feels. I don't need it to be anything else. about is straightforward. I feel like the fonts are super small though. That's my only. But yeah, here I am. Here it is. Contact me. Gallery is one of those slide-in ones. Again, I'm half and half on these. I would cull this down, especially if you're looking to be a an elopement photographer mainly. Some of these photos I feel like don't fall in line with elopements. It depends. It depends on what you're doing, because you know how there's those photographers who do like the side of the mountain elopement stuff. If that's what you want to be, then that's what you need to show. So like these shots are great, but like this stuff is too traditional wedding. This one works. These are very traditional wedding, so I would just take them out. Like I would literally take them out. This is kind of pointless. It's like great and all, but it doesn't bring home the point. So yeah, I would truncate this down to only something that looks like that ideal of elopements. But yeah, this is all great photos overall. It's just more so like, if you really want to say that you're this thing, you need to like show it. Do you recommend buying Squarespace templates, like third-party Squarespace templates? I've been a fan. My website is actually a Square Muse one. So yeah, I think they work well. I'm trying to redo my website, and I'll probably get a different Square Muse template to go along with it. Investment services. We got a little link here. That's cool. We got price. I guess that works. I feel like most people would click that. Yeah, that works. Yep, and journal was the same thing as the blog up here. Yeah, everything feels so small. I don't know if that's just me or what. Yeah, straightforward. This is a great site. It looks great. The branding, like the colors on. Again, I would just cull down your photos to get a stronger sense of elopement if that's really what you're going for. And again, that's one of those hard things where like maybe you just have some photos up there because you took them. But if you get some more soon, like really get in there and cull down your... That's what I need to do that with my website, honestly, too. I need to go back and cull down my stuff. Click the arrow twice. The first click only gets you to one service pricing. I wasn't able to click it again. Hold on, let me make sure this is the right size. Yeah, I couldn't click it again because it's like covered by the text. Oh yeah, it's locked in at that size. We got Serbia in the house. Great and helpful content. Have you tried Sigma 1614? And do you have any thoughts? I did use it. I didn't get to use it as much as I did the other ones, but it was pretty. Those Sigma lenses were pretty good. They were really impressive, especially at their price point. Okay, let's keep going. Great site, Elizabeth. Thank you for sharing. Oh, I think this person submitted photos too for the editing as well. I love how green everything is, even though I hate green. I thought you were magenta man, John. It looks like a Show It site. I don't know Show It that well. I be hanging out with Show It too. Every time I go to conferences and they there, I be hanging out with Show It folks. But this looks great. Everything's on brand. The colors look good. Do you see how like This doesn't feel like I'm being beat in the head with all kinds of different stuff. It looks very, I don't know, it feels like it works. It's a little bit more cohesive here. Have you tried the 18 1.4? I haven't yet. I've heard great things about it. I have the 23 and the 33, the new 23 1.4, and it's good. These new Fuji lenses are so good. Again, if you can include photos with these kind words, that would help. Even if it's like a little square here on the side, that would be awesome. Yeah, this works. I like this. Love the color. Yeah, it's good. Their editing style fits the colors too. Here's the Meet Your Photographers. Here's a little bit about them. Call to action looks great. Yep, and our work broken down. It's a little much, but again, it's not too bad. And also, again, they kind of bring home the main point with having weddings up front. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's too much clicking. I would not, just because of the way the site is laid out, I wouldn't do like the blog style of showing off your portfolio, because I shouldn't have to click into our work and then click again. At first, I thought something didn't load, or that you only had one picture here. Again, some people aren't privy enough to like scroll over that and then click on it, so it would make more sense to just have the photos show up. Now, obviously, if you have more, it might make a little bit more sense, but still, I would probably maybe change that. And again, like I said, I'm thinking about changing it on my own website so that people don't have to click into something. It's just a lot of clicking. If possible, you want less clicking. We show it too. My wife is a website designer. She did our site. Nice. Yeah, show it. If I wasn't sponsored by Squarespace, and also the fact that I worked for them for 5 years, I would probably be looking at Show It myself, honestly. We got investment, very straightforward. Yeah, no, this is great. I think the only thing that stands out to me is your portfolio stuff. I don't know if I would have it be a click and a click. That seems like too much. Other than that, cohesively, it feels good. It all comes together. Great stuff. Y'all out here with some good websites. I feel bad, man. I really don't like my website. Okay, here goes another text and imagery not lining up. Candid and creative. This photo is not candid. It's also not creative. So again, like, your main photo needs to match what it's saying. Like, this doesn't match at all. This is like a posed close up. We do at least see where we are. We also have our navigation, which is very straightforward. So I'm assuming this is a long line. Moments captured, about, book session. I would, family, couples, maternity, and more. Hmm. I feel like there's too many buttons here, too closely together. Also, yeah, I don't know what moments captured is. I'm guessing it's the portfolio, yeah. I don't know. I would probably change that so that it's more obvious. I do like how you just have your photos like laid out here. I don't know if it would make sense to separate the styles of photography though. Again, if someone's looking for something specific, it's hard to say that like you know, they won't see it and just be like, I don't really see weddings here. So yeah, I think this is too many buttons. The main reason I say that, again, if you want to lead someone somewhere, you need to just give them one choice. Like, don't give them too many choices because it's not going to work and how they're going to lead. You're not really leading them the same way. Now, I do like how minimal your navigation is. I think that does work. If anything, having a portfolio here might help. But other than that, like this is, you got your call to action, that's good. Got information to get in touch. Got our form here that looks good. Yeah, I feel like this section right under here could be a little bit smoother. This feels like it's just like, there it is. These photos just feel kind of random, and the buttons. Yeah, I would change. I feel like there's something about it that's not very strong. It's not really guiding me as quickly as I want to be guided. I don't really know what the best solution would be, but maybe some of it is just the way it's written. And with book session here too, it's just like, it's too straight on to the point. Too much. There's not enough information for me because it's pretty much like, wow, creative and candid. Boom, book a session. Oh, okay. I don't really totally know. So I feel like there could be a little bit more here. But again, you don't want it to be too much. Again, I love how minimal it is. Because that helps get to the point. Thanks for the advice. I'm still learning a lot about website design and layout. Yeah, this is the main thing, I think. If you could fix this up a little bit and help people get to you, I think everything else is pretty good. Again, this photo, you could get a more candid photo in here maybe. If your tagline is going to be candid and creative. And then, I'm not sure exactly what can change here, but this could be a little bit smoother. And sometimes too, like, having a little bit of text is nice. Yeah, most people aren't going to read it, but having it there for the people who are helps out. And it just really helps lead the right way. So, what are you hoping to see in this year's Fuji? Is there a Fuji X Summit? When is it? I'm an ex-photographer and I don't know anything that's happening. X Summit 2022. When is it? Oh, it's in May? Yeah, I don't even know it was happening. So I don't expect anything because I didn't even know it was happening. I appreciate it, and the title makes sense as you talk about it. Yeah, it's one of those things where like when you're choosing a photo, you're like, great, this is a great photo. But until you really sit down and have someone be like, does your stuff line up? You're like, oh, it really doesn't. Like, even I still don't think my site is the best for it. But I'm trying to be better. So mine is artistry and authenticity. So this would be considered artistry. Artistry for me is like the nice, posy, kind of beautiful photos. Kind of, you know, just art. Like, it's a good photo. It's art. And then authenticity are like these photos here. Like the more candid-ish, people are having fun, but it still also carries that artistry to it. But again, from a photo art standpoint, it's not ideal. You know, like they're at a dinner table, there's like cups everywhere, half filled with water. But from an authenticity standpoint, you really can feel this. You know what I'm saying? Russell Westbrook, it's not. So this would be artistry. You have all the like colors and stuff, and it looks great. The couple looks awesome. And this would be authenticity. So it's like a moment for a first look, you know, and they're just reacting to each other. It's not really posed, it's just kind of happening. So that's kind of the point that I try to get to with my website. Is it really like, really, if you're gonna have a tagline, think about the photos that you're putting there and if they match up as well. And again, I don't even know if mine match up the best either, so again, it's something we all learn. We're all doing it together. Overall though, great website. I think it's a solid start. And I don't be too afraid to keep the minimalistness of your site, because I think that will end up helping you out in the long run. Because the easier it is for people to get the stuff, the easier it is for you to get booked. We got Geoff. Is that how you say it? I don't even know. Again, I can't pronounce nothing. This is a working pro. We got Ontario, so we know where we are. Capturing the authentic you. This photo helps kind of solidify authenticity. Yeah, and there's just some fun laughs and stuff. So overall, this is great. Beautiful work. Do you think it's necessary to have a full frame body shooting weddings? I do not. That's coming from someone. I don't shoot full frame. All my cameras are crop censored. I honestly, I want to sit down and talk with someone, because I don't even know where the whole you have to shoot full frame comes from. Like, I wish I knew. I want to know who made that up. Because really, think about it. Photographers were shooting film for the longest time. And then digital came out, which originally I'm pretty sure it was cropped. And then full frame came out. And then all of a sudden, you have to shoot full frame to be a professional. How did that happen? They're all just cameras. Like, this is the Brian going in on people's typos, y'all. Make sure you're watching the chat. He's getting you. Getting you on the typos. My site has typos too. Navigation looks great. Again, I'm half and half about home. The bokeh snobs. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. And I get that there's things that full frame has that makes things easier, but they say it like you have, like, low light before, if you don't have a full frame and it gets dark and you can't take photos. That's not true. Half the time we use flash. How are you in the same breath saying you have to use full frame because of low light performance, but then you be doing off-camera flash lighting up the whole room? You can do that with a crop sensor too. Again, a camera's a camera. Low light performance doesn't matter as much if you're using a flash because you're lighting the room up. So, and I get what your camera can focus, like how dark your camera can focus at, that matters. But if you're gonna light the whole room up because you have 50 flashes off camera, then what are you using your full frame for? It's not low light performance. And again, I talk about this a lot. People, we have this tendency, humans, we have this tendency to, like, just because we're being sold something and something's a good idea, we end up thinking that we need it. So like the Sony A1 comes out and it's like, it can do 30 frames a second. And instead of sitting down and being like, I don't need 30 frames a second, you know, like, things are pretty fast, it's fine, you know, 30 is a lot. I'm not a sports photographer, I'm not a wildlife photographer. Instead of doing that, people are like, oh man, the A1 does 30 frames a second, gotta get that because it's so much faster than mine. But do you need 30 frames? Like, what, how many, you know how many photos that is? Someone can probably barely move this much and you already got 30 photos off. You know, like, you don't need that. So, and we convince ourselves because it's a feature that's better, then we obviously we must have it. It's the same thing like iPhones, the 13 or the 13 Pro, whatever, came out and it can shoot in, like, I don't know what it was, like Dolby, whatever it was with the colors. And it's like, who's normal behind who doesn't do anything with video other than take rando video snapshots needs to be able to take like log Dolby color whatever footage on their I have nobody. But I bet you, man, people are like, oh man, you see the new iPhone? It shoots in like Dolby Cinema. You don't do that though. So it's like, it's the same difference. Like, crop sensor is just fine if you know how to see light, if you know how to compose your shots, and you know your camera, and you're taking great photos. What difference does it make? Honestly, I wanna see someone who's just as passionate as me about crop sensor, or just not needing a certain type of sensor. Tell me about full frame, because I need to know. I need to, like, I really, at this point, I need to know. I need to know that it's not just like, well, it's because it's professional. Or like one photographer I heard saying like, your clients expect you to have the best camera. No, they don't. They don't even know what you're doing. They don't care. Oh my God, I could go on forever. Oh my goodness. 30 frames a second sounds like I'd be culling for weeks. Exactly. Like, is that like, unless you're a wildlife or a sports photographer, you don't need 30 frames. Like, you don't. Sports photographers, they need 30 frames because, like, in the second of the action happening, there's always going to be that one shot, and you want to make sure you have that shot. It makes sense. Same with wildlife. It makes sense. Weddings? Yeah. 10 to 15, having a little bit more does help for weddings, but like, so it's the same with crop. Again, you need full frame for low light. No, you're using flashes. You act like I'm shooting in the dark with no additional lighting. Like, I can't. I can't. If you have additional lighting, then it really doesn't matter because you're going to expose based on the additional lighting to help you out. So what's the difference? So many people start photography and they're like scared. I gotta get full frame because that's what all the professionals say I have to do. No, you don't. You need to take good photos. You need to understand your camera. You need to provide great customer service. Those are what you have to do. How does that affect your focal length choices? Appreciate your answer on full frame. Yeah, no problem. It really doesn't. The focal lengths are the same. The only thing you have to understand is when you're shooting a crop sensor that the focal length, it gets cropped by, I can't remember. I don't know all the math, like 1.5 times or something. So you just start learning which lenses are the same as what most people talk about. So like if you're sitting in a class and someone's like, I love shooting 35 millimeters, and you're shooting a crop sensor, you know that that's around 20 something millimeters for you. Like my 23 mil is technically a 35 based on full frame equivalent, as everyone calls it. So that's all it is. It's just understanding what the differences are, and it takes a little bit to get used to it. But you know, like, I start understanding, you know, like a 23 is like a 35, a 35 on crop is like a 50, a 50 something is like an 85 on a crop. You know, you just get used to it. So it takes a little bit of time to learn, but you'll get used to it. The voice changes are killing me. They don't know the difference between the sensor of the camera and an iPhone. Exactly. Your clients literally have no idea. Unless they took a class or something, they literally don't know. Full frame has perks, but it's not needed. Exactly. In theory, it's meant to be better in low light. But if you have no light, then use flash. Exactly. Like, and yeah, it's like buying a Lamborghini because it can go 200 miles an hour or something, and then driving down a 35-mile-an-hour road all the time. But you justified buying it to yourself because it can go 200 miles an hour. But you're never going to use it. So it's like the same thing with full frame. They're like, oh, you have to shoot full frame. But you never are in low light situations because you always light your scenes. So like, if you're just like, well, I like the look of full frame better. Fine, that's cool. I can get down with that. But telling people they have to have full frame, if you're starting wedding photography, make sure that you're buying a full frame camera. Why? Because better low light. Like, I feel like that's the only thing everyone always says when it comes to full frame. There was like low light performance. Don't you use flashes? You know, if you like the way it looks better, great. That's a great reason. I just like full frame. Awesome. Me, I'm like, I don't care. I get the quality I need. Okay, the backgrounds aren't as blurry. But half the time, everybody goes out there, tells starting photographers to get a full frame camera with a 1.2 lens, and they miss all the shots and everything is blurry. I'd rather have a crop sensor with an f2 lens and know that I'm gonna hit the thing and have it be a sharp photo every time than be like, ooh, full frame, look at the bokeh. It's so much depth of field I can't even grab focus. I mean, I just can't. I spent $5,000 on a 1.2 lens that I have to stop down to f2 all the time. I'm sorry, let me stop. Let's go back. Let's review these sites. I'm sorry, I get mad, yo. Take good photos. Get good. Like, I don't, just take good photos. Like, who cares what you use? I'm sorry. Thank you for asking me about full frame. Because it is one of those things where it's nice to understand. That's my thought on it. I don't care. That's my answer for a lot of things. Hey, John, why don't you show the feet in photos? I don't care. Hey, John, should I get full frame? No, I don't care. Shoot with what you want to. Take good photos. Make your couples happy. We got some nice text in here. Got some bold to point out the points, which is nice. So again, if you're just scrolling through, if you could even make these bigger, that might be nice, because someone who's just like randomly coming through here and like scrolling real quick, make this a little big. Candid, emotion, personality, one of a kind connection. Boom, boom, boom. That's the point. Make it a little bit bigger. Here I am, the photographer. Look at them gloves. Look at the whoop. I need some nice gloves like that so my hands don't freeze in the wintertime. Looking fresh, I like it. My style, so explaining about me and yeah, how I approach photos. Portfolio, investment, straightforward. Here we go. Ooh, portfolio video. Here we, yeah. Got some reviews and photos to match. Just switch from full frame to crop. Honestly, no regrets at all. Yeah, it really like, uh-oh. Maybe there's nothing here yet. Oh, what? Oh, okay, it's taking forever. Yeah, if possible to have this not take forever to load, that would be great. So this is cool, but it's a lot of the same photos that we were already seeing. So I don't know how strong this is. But it's cool to have it. I wonder if people are actually clicking on it. Magenta Man and the Crop Sensor Boys gonna be the hottest musical of 2022. That's funny. Great photos. I love those gloves. They're just leather gloves. I don't know. They look fresh though, because they're like almost matching your hold fast. Yeah, this is nice. I like it. Good stuff. I'm part of a team of wedding photography and I start shooting with Canon T6. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you can take good photos, that's why I always hate, you ever be on those Facebook groups and they're like, looking for a second photographer, must shoot full frame. Why? Why? Again, I'm just gonna, like, I don't want to be all mean and lame about stuff, but I'm about to just start, I'm just gonna start flexing on people. Looking for a second, I'll be like, I shoot crop, but I just won 30 rising stars from Rangefinder. Can I still shoot for you? You know, like, is that enough experience for you? But you're not shooting full frame. Okay. Did you review Gravidis Studios? No, I do not believe so. GF has more drip than I could ever. So you see this, y'all? Clean. Nice handful of photos. Actually, I would have been fine if it would have stopped like here. This now I feel like it's starting to get like too much. They're all good though. I mean, it's good. You can hold it down a bit, but I think it's pretty good overall. Investment, straightforward. Here we go with our pricing. Do we, yep. Weddings and elopements, they got the price here. Maybe bold them so they stand out a little bit more, maybe. How long is the stream? I usually go for a couple of hours. Right now, I'm like almost 4 hours in. I tend to start peaking out around like 3 and 4 hours. 5 is like my maximum, and I usually die at that point. I was saying that I'm gonna get up to Jesse's website, which is a good 10 more. So yeah, I'll probably go to about, yeah, we'll be hitting close to 5 hours at that. Yeah, we're definitely stopping at Jesse's. I'm so sorry, Flame. You're like close to, you're like the next like 8 people after Jesse. I'm probably gonna do the same thing next month, or maybe I'll do 2 live streams next month. I'll finish up these and then do my normal one. Just show up with a GFX. Well, see, that's the problem. So those Facebook groups will be like, shoot full frame, and I'll be like, I got a GFX. And I'm like, what is that? Fujifilm. What? Is it film? You're a photographer, seriously? I'll be like, it's medium format. What does that mean? If you don't even know what that means, then you barely know what full frame means. So why do you demand that whoever shoots for you has it? Because all the famous photographers say you have to shoot full frame. I can't. My work be good too. That's why I don't even really second no more, because people be all stingy like that. Need a second photographer. Can only shoot Canon or Nikon. Full frame only. Okay. Meanwhile, I come up in there like, hey, can you take good photos? Great. I don't care what you shoot. People are like, I shoot Canon, and is that okay? I don't care what you shoot. You know, like, and they're like, what? He doesn't care? No, there's a lot of things I don't care about. But take good photos, please. This is investment. Okay, cool. So we have a contact right here on the investment page. More links to other stuff, which is great. contact. Yep. This is great. Amazing site. Great job. And you got them leather gloves looking good. Oh, here it goes, y'all. This is the SEO stuff I was talking about. Ultimate guide to wedding venues. So you go to a bunch of wedding venues, you take some pictures to them, you talk about the venue, and couples are going to be searching for this stuff. So if couples are searching and they want to get married at, you know, whatever specific venue that you talk about in your blog post and why it's awesome, they're going to hit your site and probably will get in contact with you. So this is great. Geoff's in here killing the game. I need to get on my game. I don't have blog posts like that. I don't got leather gloves. What am I even? I'm not a real fan. Y'all should go watch it. That's awesome. Thanks for submitting. Amazing site. They don't want you stealing the show with lesser gear. I'm gonna take good photos one day. Yeah. Geoff needs to create a crash course on creating the perfect photography website. I mean, yeah, that was a solid site. No leather gloves and doesn't shoot full frame. This guy ain't a real photographer. Doesn't even wear leather gloves. He ain't even shooting full frame. Ha! What a joke! Ha ha! I wonder if 30 rising stars doesn't even shoot full frame. Let me stop. Beautiful first photo. Ooh yeah, Kenya. How awesome. Photojournalist. And this photo kind of matches that a bit. I feel like if you could have a moment from a wedding where there's like a lot happening and you're capturing the couple with the stuff happening, that would really bring home that photojournalistic style. But this is fine so far. We got view portfolio. We have a nice navigation. Photos broken down to engagements and weddings, which is fine. We got some featured stuff here. Got some about me. Yeah, everything's. I would, if possible, if you could add some buttons to this just to make sure, like, make it clear and obvious that you can click on these, that would be helpful, probably for people. Awesome. We got to click through portfolio again, which again, I'm half an hour. I'm like throwing, every time I talk too much, y'all, I throw my whole voice out. Like, I just can't talk no more. That's also why my streams are only usually ever 5 hours, because at that point I'm like, hey guys, I can't talk anymore. Solid stuff. I would cull this down some. Cute. Yeah, this is great stuff. And when I say cull it down, there's just like a couple of photos I feel like weren't as strong. And when I say that, that doesn't mean they're a good photo. You just want your photos to really bring home the point for your viewers. I like this, plan your engagement rather than just like book now. And again, there's a look and feel for each. Also, sometimes there's like cultural differences. So depending on where you live in the world, sometimes being like book now is like too forward. It just depends. I think plan sometimes is nice too, because it's like you're not throwing the commitment in their face, but you're also like, let's go ahead and do it. Beautiful shots. Good, yes. Great stuff. Yeah, no, this is good. This is great stuff. I feel like the photos are strong. They all like get the point across. There's enough of everything, so it doesn't feel like. Here's about. Call to action, straightforward. I would love to have my website critiqued. Right now, I don't have any. I have already taken signups. I got about 70 websites. But at some point, we'll do something like this again. I got to figure out a way to get the word out. I don't want to make a whole video that's like, hey, guys. I'm about to do a live stream, but maybe I should. Cool. So we got our pricing here. Deluxe album versus deluxe photography. Okay, this one just comes with an album. I see. Y'all over here, y'all be looking at my website mad hard. Y'all laid it out just like mine. That's cool though. I appreciate the love. Contact looks good. Yeah, and this is fine. This is good. I think culling down your like engagement and wedding photos a little bit. Mainly the engagement ones, but other than that, I feel like this all feels very solid. I'm hoping your book, if anything, the main thing I was saying is like make these more obvious that they're buttons. But yeah, I really hope that you're booking fairly well off of this because the site is solid. Logo's solid. It looks good. Good stuff. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I need to get another Ricola to save my voice because I'd be throwing out my voice because I can't speak correctly. That's why I don't sing. I can't speak in the right part of my voice, and I throw my voice out all the time. So I will be, give me 2 second BRB. All right. Yeah, my man Phil. Phil did a he did a one-on-one session with me a while ago. I do little mentor sessions. So I saw his site before, but it looks like he updated it, which is awesome. Beautiful photos. I've seen these before, but I'm pretty sure his website's updated. It looks like I can't remember. I think the name of the business changed. The logo is also different, if I remember correctly. Oh, cool. This page doesn't scroll at all. So it's just these two hero photos. And I feel like they're changing slow enough that by the time someone clicks, they're not going to see it cycling back and forth so often. It's about me. Here's Phil. More photos. Great photo. Straightforward. Instagram. Perfect. We got our portfolio. Now, check this out. I can't remember from the last time when I talked to Phil in our one-on-one session, but do you see how he really only has this one wedding, but it's okay and that's all he's showing? It's all great work. Now, yeah, a couple might be like, you know, oh, there's only one wedding on here. But if you're able to book at least 1 to 2 people off of just this one wedding, of it being your own work, and that's all you have, that's really all you need. So that's to your point, James, saying that you aren't building a website because you feel like you don't have the banger sites yet, or the banger like photos. If you have enough good work that gets the point across of what you're trying to book, you know, you don't have to have a lot of photos. We got pricing, very straightforward. If anything, maybe add a picture to some of this to just make it a little bit clearer, or make the price a little bit larger so you can see it a little bit better. But the page itself is great. Call to action right here at the top. And a contact right at the top. It is great. I'm pretty sure he updated his site. So this looks good. This looks good, Phil. Great job. Yeah, hit me up sometime and let me know how things are going. If you're booking stuff, if you're getting more work. That's awesome. Here's our next site. I think these are still the pictures coming from Squarespace, aren't they? I feel like I've seen some of these before. Oh yeah, I remember this photo from the editing photos. Great stuff. Yeah, it looks like the website's not done, which is why some of that stuff is still on here from like the Squarespace template itself. Don't do it. Yeah, I don't have too much feedback for this site, but I do think half of this first page is just like the Squarespace template that you're using. So obviously take the time to like kind of clean that up. Also too, at the end of the day, our website should always be pointed to what we want our viewers or clients to do. Even if it is just like, check out my portfolio. Like, what are you trying to get out of this? That's the biggest thing to keep in mind as well while you're doing your site. Other than that, it's great. Oh yeah, look at that. Everyone who's the main couple people we have waiting. We got Lavonda. We got Amanda and Jesse. Y'all are all right at the end there. Y'all are gonna be all there right with each other. Well, that first shot. What's that say? Oh, it's Fort Walton base. Awesome. That's where you are. Is this just general photography, family sessions, and pricing? Okay, yeah, it is kind of general. So the biggest thing, like, the biggest thing for me starting out here, that first, I'm pretty sure that was the first picture, right? Yeah, that first picture, like, remember the first thing that someone sees when they go to your site kind of sets the stage for everything. And like this photo is like, oh, you know, like you know, it's very like they're like in the sand getting it on, you know what I mean? So I don't know if I would have that as the first photo, because as a person who has no idea what they're looking at and that's the first thing they see, you know, like, and then the rest of it's like, oh yay, families and couples and seniors, and oh yeah, couples on the beach. So yeah, honestly, I would probably take that photo out of the main photos. I think that was supposed to be the photo for the couples, but it's just so jarring comparatively to everything else. It's a lot. It's like hot and bothered, you know, so it makes your website be like, oh, what kind of photography is this? Because they like on the beach. I would also, if you could make this more bold or something, because you can barely see. I barely saw it there. Does this do anything? No. Yeah, this needs to do something. How many entries do you have, John? It is already over 3 hours and I'm still waiting for my website. Yeah, I have like 70 something. I'm not gonna be able to get through all of them today. Family, seniors, and the creation of families. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah, I'm not getting to all the websites today, unfortunately. It's gonna take me too long. Just to put it in perspective, so I'm gonna stop around 36, like the 35th entry or so, and I got 72 in total. So yeah, I only have a few more left. Yeah, I have about like 6 to 7 more left. And Damien, you're outside of the, yeah, you're after in the next batch. But I'm gonna do another stream. I'm gonna stream twice next month, I think. Okay, so this photo I might call out. It's cute, but I don't know. It's also a lot like dad looks like he doesn't want to be there. Because again, you want to really pick the best of the best for your site. Not just be like, well, it's a good photo, kind of, I guess. Here goes our hot and bothered couple. And see, like, this photo here, along with the couples, is okay. It's just that first shot, it's just like, it's a lot. You know, it's a lot. There's probably another photo of them that would work there. Also, the weddings, again, you don't show a lot of wedding stuff on your site. So, and it's down here at the bottom, so no one's gonna know you really do weddings. If you really want to get more wedding work, you're gonna have to pull it more to the top, make it more obvious. I would not do this. Not everyone understands the hamburger. That's actually the technical term for what those 3 lines are. So I would make it an actual navigation that you can see. Just because, again, it makes it clearly obvious. There's no guesswork. There's no, like, people who don't really know websites. It's just like, boom. Here it is. Where do you want to go? How do you get to this pricing page? It looks like there isn't. I guess the pricing is down here. These are all the pricing down here. Which, again, no one's going to scroll this much. So people are going to be missing it. If you get people hitting you up all the time asking you what the price is, that's why. Because it's on your site, but it's like hidden way down at the bottom. So yeah, I would have a normal navigation. I do like the layout of this template from Pixieset. But again, like, just change up some of the photos and things. It's pretty decent stuff. How are you still doing, bro? I've had 2 coffees and a nap and a meeting. I hope people appreciate all that. I mean, yeah, I'm running on fumes. I got up this morning at like 4:30 and worked out and stuff too. So yeah, I'm running on fumes. I do think people appreciate it, so I hope so. I'll be doing a lot for y'all. We got FAQ. Pretty straightforward. That's okay. There should definitely be a pricing page, and that FAQ could go with the pricing page. I'm always half and half about this whole client proofing page too. Yeah. Do you see how many clicks I have to do though? Like, I shouldn't have to be like, click, where do I want to go? Click, where do I want to go? Click. Most people aren't going to do that. So I would definitely have a normal navigation. I would change this first photo. It's a great shot. It just, unless you want to have, I mean, if that's what you're going for, if you want hot and bothered couples on the beach, in the water, in the sand, if that's what you're going for, that's great. But I also do think it's probably not going to help you with your families. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a fan, I want some family photos, and they go to the site and they see this first, I don't know. And again, I'm not saying like it's bad or it's too frisky or whatever. I just feel like first reaction from just a rando person would just be like, oh wow, oh. So normal navigation, change this first photo, make a pricing page, cull down some of your photos, put your FAQ page on your pricing page. And yeah, you should be, and move the weddings up if you're actually trying to do weddings. Other than that, it's pretty good. Your work is great. The layout of the website is just a little all over the place. Oh, another one of those. Is that just Google? Google does that? How cool. Great job, Google. What is this? Categorize that under boudoir. Yeah, exactly. It has that feel. It's a little like, it's a little much. I need that music playlist. It's my chill vibes. In White Films, making memories that last forever. The Google rating on here is kind of cool, actually. I don't mind it. It's like small enough too. At first you're like, what? And you're like, oh. So I actually don't mind that. Again, if possible, having moving video here at the top, and maybe there is and it's still loading, because this does look like a still from a video, but that would probably help bring home the point if there is some moving video here. Even if it was just like this scene, but it was like a slow-mo long looping, just like the grass kind of swaying in the like wind or something. Just something moving to bring home the point, like, hey, this is video. Other than obviously it says films, but again, you want stuff to be stupid easy for people to get, just like straight up. Is it crucial to plan ahead of styled shoot before reaching out to a venue? How does the style shoot you shoot correlate with the type of client you'll attract in the future? It comes down to like showing what you want. So again, it really does correlate pretty much directly to what you want to shoot. But yes, you should definitely have a plan. Don't reach out to a venue or anybody about a style shoot. Just be like, hey, I want to take some photos. Like, don't do that. You need to have a plan and have it ready. Hey John, what's your Squarespace code? You've motivated me to get in there and get the thing done, to build an amazing website for your site, to have your business blow up from a great website. Here it goes again for everybody. Is this critique open for new entries? It is not. I got a whole bunch of entries, so for now we're just finishing up what we have. Work wedding film about, so I don't know if it's a translation thing, but I don't understand the difference between work and wedding film. Also, the main page is work, I guess. Yeah, so I would see if you could change that. The rest of this looks great. We got some like as seen in stuff, which is awesome. My job, which I'm assuming was a weird translation from like my portfolio or my work. Oh yeah, that's probably just a translation thing. Again, with these reviews, having some, like, even a still picture or something would be helpful. Here's our about. And our contact. That's kind of cool, having the contact kind of split in two, where it's like, are you trying to do this for real, or do you just have a question? So at least you don't totally waste your time. Now that's nice that it comes here like that. Oh, wow. Oh. I feel like it almost makes sense to just have the video at the top, maybe. I don't know how much people are gonna actually scroll. Is this a 21:9? I can't make it full screen. I got an ultra wide monitor. I wanna see it. I wanna see it full screen on my ultra wide. Beautiful work though. This looks great. Good stuff. I love how many videographers be doing stuff handheld now too. I'm about to start doing wedding videos. I feel like so many people were always like on gimbals and all that stuff, and I see so many people nowadays just handheld. Beautiful website. This is great stuff. I don't have much. I mean, there's no price. Oh no, there was a price. Where was it? It was under the work section, the wedding film. That's like a client page, I'm guessing. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is great. I don't have much feedback for it. Solid website. I forgot everything was changed with the whole cookies thing, especially like overseas. You have to like really make it a point. If you try to send the video, it gives you direct Vimeo link that you can click. Oh well, I missed it. Okay, so here's our website. Great photo, moments full of love and laughter. She's pretty much laughing. I almost would like, I would want that to be strong. I want to see them laughing for real, you know, like gut laughing or something. But either way, this works. It still kind of fits. Home portfolio prices, coupon, about me. I'd have to see what this is, but I don't know about that. Also request, but that might be a translation thing too. Great photo, looking good. What am I photographing? Weddings, couples, babies, newborns. This also, do you see? Okay, so this is what I was talking about before. You remember I was going off so hard on these websites that show 50 different versions of like different types of photography and stuff. The reason there's been a couple websites now that I say it works is because first and foremost, you're like, weddings are what I want to do. So boom, wedding up front, you get it. And then be like, hey, there's also some other stuff, but I'm gonna boom, mainly show you weddings. And then, you know, there's other stuff here too. That's great. But you see how weddings is like the key right now. It is the main stuff that I'm really seeing. And when it says I do more, it's very minimal just to have it there. So you're not scaring away your wedding couples, and they're also not lost. They're not coming to the website and just being like, there's so much here. It's like, here's your weddings, cool. And they scroll down like, oh, they do other stuff. Because again, like I was saying, technically, weddings connect to everything else. They connect to couples. That would be your engagements. They connect to family and baby bump because that's what happens after you get married usually, if you want to have kids. Same thing with newborn. So like, it all kind of goes together. You can have repeat couples based on that, you know? And yeah, all this stuff is like down at the bottom separate. So that's fine because if someone comes down here in the first place. So I think that's good how it's sectioned off like that. So here goes the style that I do where it's like blog post style. I would cull this down though. This looks like you're showing every shoot you've done. I would cull this down. Oh. Now the nice thing about it at least is that because there's the categories, at least whoever wants to find what they want to can. But yeah, I would really cull down rather than it just showing everything you've done. Uh-oh, okay. It's just loading slow, I guess. Yeah, it's loading real slow. These are gorgeous. I love these shots where everything kind of flows together like that. Beautiful stuff. Wedding reports? That's right, this is translated again, so. Pricing looks pretty decent. This is cute. Ooh, ooh, nice. And I'm assuming this is more like a, oh, got a whole blog? Nice. Oh, and there's a checklist and stuff. Do you get people's emails from this? Because if so, that's smart. Because they might just download the guide, but then you get their emails at least, and you can always hit them back. I mean, the coupon thing's fine. I would, if anything, like, put this under your... Ooh, excuse me. Put this under your prices at least. So it doesn't make people just come and think like, I want a coupon and that's it. Going to have to rewatch the stream for inspiration. Yeah, the site, there's a lot of sites with some good stuff. Here's our About Me. Awesome. Cute. I like the different fonts here and the like the text on the side and things. A little bit about me stuff. About how I work. Yeah, that's fine. FAQs too, depending. I mean, this works because you made it like a whole thing, but a lot of times you can just add them to your pricing page. But this is good. I like the way it looks. Would you prefer setting up different websites for different ways of photography? Like only wedding? I usually do. I think it's better because oh yeah, this is. But yeah, you're bringing home the point to your clients of what you do. But again, her website here does it well, where the main thing that you want to book is the main thing that you're seeing, And then underneath it, it's like, here's what I do as well. This works. But a lot of time, if you're just like, here's a bunch of random photos and here's a bunch of random stuff, I would suggest not doing that. I would make a different website. It's not easy to do, but to pull off one website with multiple styles of photography, first off, the styles need to be kind of closely related. And then on top of that, you need to do it in a way that doesn't scare away the mainline clients that you want to get. Here's Frozen in Time or Frozen Time photography. Very straightforward. We got a click portfolio kind of thing up here in the front. Got some cute photos. It's really bringing home the point, so that works. Yeah, and it's not too long. Good amount of photos. Book us today. Oh, they're part of the Coterie. I would center this up if you can. I used to be in there. Did y'all, 2020, y'all just joined? I was in there at one point. I'm thinking about getting back. Hey John, I'm usually shy of asking clients to let me use their favorite photos on my socials. Do you have a tip on how to best approach this request? You shouldn't have to ask. In your contract, when people work with you, there should be a model release form, and then you should be able to use the photos for whatever you want. Oh, Charleston, that's right around my way. So yeah, you shouldn't have to ask your couples. It should be a part of the contract. Because again, if you're a photographer, that's your job. Like, if you're not able to show the photos, you can't get more work. So it doesn't even make sense. Now, I have a couple who signed an NDA this year because they didn't want their photos just on the internet, and that's fine. And I had to charge extra for that because, again, it's my work. Like, I can't get more work if I can't show your photos. And honestly, I'm sad too because they're gorgeous couple. I tend to focus on interracial couples. I don't know if y'all noticed, and I talk about that a lot. I talk about showing what you want to shoot. So basically, if you look at my photos, you can tell that I'm really bringing home the point that I shoot mainly interracial couples, because that's the majority of the photos you're seeing are going to be either different skin toned or darker skin toned or interracial couples. And a lot of times because of that, I get couples who are interracial because they're like, oh, cool. You know, like, you can handle a redhead and someone who's like straight up African. Like, because redhead, like, they're the lightest skinned people ever. And Africans are the darker skin, but I can handle the exposure between the two of them. And they're always like, that's our biggest concern, is we always see these photos and either one person is way too dark or one person is too light. So I'm being very visually, like, I'm telling you in my photos, like, hey, are y'all a mixed couple? Because I'm about that life, without having to straight up say it. So yeah, this couple who wanted to do the NDA and not have their photos showed, they lined up in that. She's Indian, he's black. They look great. You know, they're fun. They're gonna have a great wedding, but I can't use their photos for anything. So I charge them extra for that. So yeah, you shouldn't have to ask your couples. By you taking their photos, they're signing a contract that says I can use your photos. And if they're like, I don't want you to use my photos, I can be like, well, you need to pay me extra because now I can't do as much work. How do you get enough time to shoot a couple in exclusives photos? You write your own timelines for the wedding days. Don't let a planner decide that for you. Don't ever let a planner decide that for you. Y'all should work on it together, but you should be a part of the planning process. Not sure if you've done it already. I don't remember if you did. But I would love to see a video dedicated to creating contracts. I haven't yet. I bought some contracts from some people, in the past and kind of went from there. But I don't have a lot of legal knowledge, so I don't know if I'm the best. I can give you some ideas of contract stuff, but I don't think I'm the best person to talk about contracts. How much extra should we charge when they don't want their I'm guessing as images to be used on websites? So it really depends on you, where your caliber of as a photographer, and also how willing you are. Because what I say for that kind of stuff in like holidays, I say just be ridiculous. You know, I had a couple who was like, hey, can you do our engagement session on Christmas? And I'm like, can you pay me $2,000 extra on top of the session? And they're like, we can do the 23rd. And I was like, yeah, I'm sure you can. How you gonna have me shooting on Christmas? Like, that's just some normal stuff. Come on, man. So, you know, like, I'll be ridiculous like that, because there's one or two options. You're gonna say no because that's a ridiculous price and that's what I want you to do. Or you're gonna pay me $2,000, which, okay, I'll take the money, I guess. You know, for like a 1 hour session, an extra $2,000. But you have to put your life first too. You know what I mean? So it's like, just be ridiculous. Like, really, if you don't want people to NDA on their photos, be like $5,000 for me to not use your photos. And they're gonna be like, what? And you're gonna be like, yeah. And yeah, you lose the couple, but again, you should be fine with that. Let's keep going on with this site. We're right at the end. My family just got home. I'm gonna grill some chicken, I think. It's gonna be one of them days. We got an about me. Looking good, straightforward. We got some weddings. We're doing the same way I do it, where it's like blog post style. Only a handful, but again, that's fine. Less is more. Look at that dress, though. Is this a style shoot, or did she really wear red? She really wore red. How awesome. They bought that life. That suit goes hard. Yeah, no, this is good. That flash is a little direct. I don't know if you've seen any of my videos about using the mag mod stuff, but it helps. Oh, she's saying as she came down? How dope. We got engagements. This is the same couple? I can't tell. Got some videos, pretty straightforward. I would not have these separated like that. I would make one single page. Also, again, with the no showing the price. So again, earlier in the stream, we saw the average spend. I think that's great. I'm just gonna start telling everybody about that. Average spend or starting price or something. But don't be like, especially, I mean, I guess you say investment, so that's okay, but you come here and you gotta like, you don't even know the price. So I would put wedding and engagement on the same page, and I would either show the price or do a starting price or something of that sort. I wouldn't not show the price. Charleston in the house. I think I've written this as a comment somewhere else, but how do you deal with the brides being taller than the groom poses? Generally, like, obviously it doesn't happen often, but I just try and switch up the poses a little bit. I rarely get it. Generally I'll have bride and groom who are like the same height. So yeah, there's just some poses you know that you can't do. That's really what it comes down to. It's being familiar with, like, okay, because she's taller, let me not do these other poses. Yeah, this site's pretty solid. I would just work on that pricing section. Here we go. We gotta translate again. I appreciate the fact that there's so many people from around the world who like to watch me. I just gotta say that. Thanks for the review, John. JDS Weddings. Oh, you seconded that day. Yeah, that's what I figured. I was like, that was the same shot. Or either you took the shot as the second and the main photographer was like, this shot is dope. Because I know I do that sometimes too. I hate when my seconds take a shot that was like one of the dopest shots of the day, and I'm like, because I really try not to use my seconds photos too much. But if their shots are that good, I'm just like, I have to use it because it's a great shot. I offered free photos for a family and friends to use for IG, but after one of the shoots, easily my favorite, they told me they don't want them on the internet. Oh, that's the worst. And especially if you don't have a contract or anything, that's horrible. Do you print? Yeah, I order prints, but I usually, if the couple wants to print. So I don't print myself at home. I use PicTime to deliver my photos, and from there my couples can order prints if they want to. What pricing are for weddings in 2022? A lot of couples mention price are soaring now before coming to me. I mean, it's, again, pricing is a very person-to-person thing. Everything is up right now. I just happened to raise my prices beforehand, but you know, with the current state of the world and gas prices are up and stuff and just so much going on, I don't think there's a general price. You can look at the average and kind of figure it out from there, but also stairs can be your best friend if one is drastically taller. Yeah, exactly. It's like finding stuff you can use. You know, don't shoot full body shots. Why are there no feet in the photo? John, where do you source your albums from? I use Red Tree Album. I love their stuff. Red Tree is awesome. Also, Red Tree, they only sell to photographers. So like, you have to kind of prove to them that you're a working photographer. So you, like, your couples can't just come here and buy albums. This is for you. Look, they got matted print frame boxes and stuff. It's good stuff. They got mini albums. So you can make an album and then be like, include a mini for the family. It's good stuff. They got this nice luxe linen, which is like really nice linen covers. They have leather. It's good stuff. Red Albums is my jam. They're expensive though, they're not cheap. Would you explain the process on how it works with them? So usually what I do is my couples pick their favorites, and then I make a digital proof. They make sure they like the proof, and then we figure out the color and we print from there. Let's see this website. Logo's cool. I'd like to see it a little bit bigger. Navigation's great. Obviously weddings, very straight to the point. Like these photos, yep. Some more photos, great stuff. See more photos. Get in touch. I'd love to maybe see a button right here. Yeah, I'm debating. I think I might switch to this kind of portfolio where it's like just the best photos together rather than it being the blog style where you have to click on it and go in deeper. But also, again, if you do these type of portfolios, you have to really cull your photos down. You don't want to have too much. What photo proofing website does everyone use? I use PicTime. I can do it through PicTime, which is awesome. So the album proofing too. Here's the about. Straightforward, looks good. Are these like sponsors? Are you like a affiliate of these companies, or is just this like, this is what I use? He has a team of people. Brands I've worked with, that's cool, looks great. Is this a different portfolio? Nice. See, so that's a great way. So he does video as well. You see how he separated it into a totally different website? So that's good, that works. Or is that for the person on his team? Yeah. Either way, that works, because it's like, if they find it, it can take them to where they need to go. Contact form looks great. Yeah, if anything, cull these photos down on the portfolio, and there needs to be a call to action. Yeah, there needs to be a call to action like up at the top or something to get people like in contact with you easier. Beautiful site though, great stuff. Yeah, the layout's nice. All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. We've been waiting for so long. Did we lose Lavonda? We're at the home stretch here. We're at the last like 3 websites at this point. John, I really appreciate your videos. I have grown a lot in my photography. Please provide an update on the education courses that are coming. Awesome. Yeah, there's no updates at the moment, but I have some stuff planned that I'm going to be working on, and I hope to get at least 1 or 2 out this year. Again, I give away a lot of free information, which I'll still do. I will be charging for courses, but I'm not going to charge anything insane because I want y'all to learn. So I really appreciate y'all as well. Thank you for always watching and being so like friendly and fun about stuff. Is it true that the standard wedding budget is 15% for wedding photography across all states? Is it logical to use that as a starting reference point for your pricing? I wouldn't use that as a starting reference point, but it is a great way to kind of find out the average. So yeah, that's definitely something you should use for your average of figuring out what the pricing is in your area and then figuring out where you need to be priced as well. Can't thank you enough, John. I appreciate you taking the time. Oh yeah, no problem. Okay, Lavonda, let's go. Is this a... So I don't know if it's possible. Sometimes it's hard to do. But if this logo could be white so that it's a little bit more visible, that would be awesome. I know sometimes on websites it's kind of hard to do that. Or even, yeah, I think with these 3 photos, yeah, it could just stay white. That would be awesome. We got the hello, here I am. So up front here, you might want some more information just about what you do, or at least where you are. Again, if someone lands on your site and they want something, but they don't even know if you're in their area, that hurts. So maybe just a little bit, even if it's like small down here at the bottom or something of that sort. So here I am, great. See my work, awesome. Intimate wedding, elopement packages coming, cool. We got families, graduates, love stories. Oh yeah, did you submit that photo for a photo edit live stream, I think? I would maybe change this to book me. If you're not very familiar with booking, you might be like, book? Why does it say book? Does she write a book? Again, with a review, if you can get a photo that goes along with it, that'd be awesome. I do like the big picture style, but keeping the menu. Yeah. The menu being visible is like the most important thing. Great photo though. So we have the about. So here's our about. Straightforward. Okay, here's go some testimonials with the photos. I would try and split this up a little bit so it's not so cramped with the text coming down all thin like that. You could even do like a left-right kind of layout where you have like a photo and then text here, and then another photo down below it, and then text here. Because this is like, it's just kind of, it's a lot of jumbled text, and it almost looks like it wants to be one paragraph, but it's obviously not. So yeah, I would change the layout of this, but this is fine overall. Yeah, get rid of this blog. And obviously, if you're gonna have a blog at some point, that's fine, but take it out of this and just have about be the one thing. We have portfolio, family, love stories, seniors. Straightforward stuff, great photos. It's also not too long of a portfolio section, which is fine. Some of your, I don't know if you noticed that earlier. Some of your pages are doing this. I don't know what's going on here. So you'll want to make sure you take a look at that. I don't know why it's, yeah, it's like broken. Great, and that's good. See, and again, you don't have to have 50 billion photos. This is fine. As long as it's good work and it gets the point across. I need to hide the blog from my menu until I format, yeah. So we got weddings. It looks like is that the most expensive at the top? Yep, that's good. We have a contact, that's great. But see, so this is what I've been talking about with like laying out your site dependent on the styles of photography. And I'm sure it's because you don't really do too many weddings yet, but like the wedding stuff is kind of hidden away. Also, this page is redundant for the weddings and elopement. They're like the same page basically. Either you need to put it front and center and make it obvious for people when they come to the site, or I would separate it out into its own thing and then have weddings and then have everything else. You could even just be like Lavonda, I can't even I told you I can't pronounce nothing, but so you have this photography, you could have this weddings and then this photography. So then this photography would be this main site with everything, and then your name weddings could be the website that's only for weddings, and then keep them closely related and they can link to each other, you know? You could still have a navigation thing that's like families, but then they'll jump to the other site. Yeah, the wedding stuff feels so hidden, like you're scared to show it. And if you want to start doing weddings, you can't have it up there and be scared of it. You'd be like, I'm gonna hide it on my website because I don't really do it yet. Also, you could get rid of stuff like this where they have to pick exactly what they want. You could have everyone who wants weddings, and then everyone who wants other stuff could be here. That would be my, because it's a layout thing. The way this stuff is laid out, the wedding stuff doesn't work with it as well, because you're not choosing it as your main thing. So yeah, that would be my main feedback on this website. Definitely see if you could change the logo to white. And then yeah, maybe move your weddings to a different website, or make it blatantly obvious that like I want this mainly to be weddings, and then come down and have like links to other stuff. I have a ton of content this weekend, so I'll definitely feel more confident with moving weddings and elopements more forefront. Okay, cool. Yeah, like we've seen a lot of sites that we've looked at now where it was like, it looked very much like a wedding site mainly, but then you came down and they were like, hey, I also do boom, 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 boom. But then everything else was still weddings. So I would take one of those routes. And I do understand, like, if you don't have enough yet and you haven't really put anything, but other than that, the layout's great. The navigation's good. It's just cleaning it up a little bit in the small places. Great website. Thanks for sharing. Here goes Amanda. We made it. We made it this whole way. All right. So we have South Florida photographer, so we know where we are. No scrolling, which again is fine. Got some pictures. We have the scroll style pictures. So this is looking like mainly families is what I'm getting from this. But again, make sure you cull down to what you mainly want to take photos of. That's going to be the biggest thing I say here. Because you have a lot of great photos, but you want to really cull it down. Again, we need to get to a place where we're showing what we want to do mainly, rather than just saying we do a lot of stuff. It's beautiful how the wind caught for this maternity shot. Like, even it seems like you do a lot of maternity and like newborn stuff, so I would definitely lean into that. Did you not get any from? I'm not sure if you're on there. You're not in what we're gonna be doing right now. I'm gonna have to hit the rest of the sites that are on here for later, because there's too many. I'm so sad. I just missed Flame by like a couple. Cute photos. We got babies forever. I would also cull this down because I know it's little ones, but like some of these other photos, they just feel out of place because it's mainly newborns. So I would keep the little baby newborn photos. Yeah, some couples. And again, if you want it to be weddings, just call it weddings. But like this photo here, that can go. It's not a strong photo. It's not helping what you want to show. And again, that's everything we do as photographers, and it's hard because you'll take a shot that you think's really cool, but we have to get away from just being like, I like this photo because I took it, and think more from our paying client side of things and what they're trying to see. So if you want to do couple stuff, like this is not, it's not going to help as much, because from a first glance I just see some bottles and some hands. Like, I'm not really totally sure what's happening. But here I get that it's a couple. Here I get that it's a couple. Here's a ring shot, so it's probably an engagement. I get that. But then like here it's a expensive car. That's cool, but you know what I'm saying? Like the point is not coming across as well. And then yeah, again, I would call down some of this stuff, like the macro and travel stuff, especially if you're trying to get paid. This stuff can stay for you, unless you're looking to sell prints of this. And I mean, this is great stuff. This is great practicing stuff. This is good. This looks great. The lighting is great. It's awesome. This is another client page. I've always been half and half about clients pages. So if possible, I would move that depending on how your workflow looks like. And yeah, details should be changed it to pricing or investment or something of that sort. Because details makes it seem like it's just learning more, but you're trying to also, yeah, don't be scared of the pricing. Call it pricing or something. Please thank your family for letting us take up some of your time Friday. Thank you. I have a feeling I mistyped my address and it was the one that I was not working. Oh no, it might have been. There was a couple of sites at the start that didn't work. Here's a blog. This looks good. This is fine. About me looks good. Contact looks good. Don't make email and phone optional. Make people give that to you. Because the thing I hate most is someone hits you up and then you have no contact for them because for some reason they just didn't fill it out. And you try to email them back and you never hear from them. Make them put that information in. And again, so your contact form in general, it should be used. You can use it to scare people away. Again, it's a funnel. It should be a funnel. Oh my goodness, Amanda. Thank you so much. I'm still critiquing. I'm not done yet. But yeah, like you can use your contact form to help funnel people through. So again, like I was saying, if you want less inquiries, make your contact form longer and have a bunch of stuff on it that has to be filled out. Because if someone's not serious about it, they're not going to finish it. They're going to be more annoyed and they don't want to deal with it and they won't fill it out. And that's fine because they're not going to want to talk to you. So it's the same thing. Like this stuff shouldn't be optional. Maybe what's your budget and all that stuff can be optional, but you need to be able to get back in contact with them. So yeah, the biggest thing I would say is cull down some of your portfolio. Take out some of the stuff that doesn't matter. The main stuff that you really want to shoot, put it up here in the front. So rather than just being like, here's a bunch of cool photos I took, be like, this is what I want to do. Like, I'm going to do newborns and maternity mainly. And then make all these photos newborn and maternity mainly. What if you offer more than one genre but mainly offer weddings? That's what we were talking about earlier. There was a couple of sites that did it well. They show, like, your site, if you mainly do weddings, your site should mainly look like weddings. If you do other styles of photography, they should closely relate to weddings. So don't be like, I mainly do weddings, but here is some like motorsports and cars. It's too separate. Those will have to be separate sites. But if you do like weddings and families and newborns, those are at least kind of closely related. So if you put it down further on the website and just have a couple of links to it, the website mainly looks like wedding, but then like down on the site, you'd be like, oh, I also do families and whatever. That doesn't seem so bad. It works a little bit. Because also people have to find it too. So you're not going to get as much work for that. But it's okay because weddings is your main thing anyway. Okay, y'all. Here's our last one for the day. Ending off with Jesse. I might throw Flame's site up there real quick. I'm not gonna critique it, but I just want to see it because Flame's work is really good. What if you like street photography and weddings? Yeah, I would separate those. Separate sites would make it better. So here's Jesse's website. Straightforward, looking good, Sacramento based. I would bring this up higher if you can, so that we can see it closer to the work. Very straightforward. And again, Like, yeah, there's not much on here, but don't feel bad. Like, oh no, my site's like empty. That's fine. The work is speaking for itself already. Honestly, if this page was just this and a little bit of text immediately under it, call to action in the footer all close together like that, I'd be fine with that. Like, that would be good. We got engagements, wedding, portraiture, family. So that's engagements, and these are the, yeah, when you click it in. And again, I've already said I do it on my site, but I'm also half and half on it. Are all these Squarespace? Not all of them, but I'm pretty sure this is. We got a wedding. And again, redundant photos. Try not to do this as much. Pick a black and white or a color. Actually, it's all color and black and white. I would pick one or the other. Great photos overall. Yeah, cull it down some, especially for the colors versus black and white. Oh man, this one in color is so much better than the black and white. And I think too, half of it, the black and white loses like the contrast. This one is like, This is definitely, so yeah. I'm usually, again, because I worked there for 5 years, I pretty much can spot a Squarespace site from like a mile away. Got some portraiture. Nice photos, graduation photos. So yeah, again, depending on what you're trying to do, I would call down some of your stuff and maybe not have as much here. If you want to focus on a specific type of photography, you know, I would really cull it down some. There goes Jesse. Call to action. I would change this into a button at least. We got FAQ, which is good. And you can always turn this into a pricing page and then get in touch, which is the button, which looks great. Yeah, the only thing I would say, again, the website doesn't need to be super busy, but there was one earlier that we did that like was kind of like this. And Squarespace sites can be like this if you don't put in the little bit of the extra work. They're just like, they can be very bland. It's just like a white canvas and some stuff. That is what I would say is the only downside to Squarespace, is that it's very easy to have a like very just like bland website. You have to work a little bit to like spice it up. There's also, someone was asking earlier, but Square Muse, I'm a big fan of their stuff. So they make templates for Squarespace. So you can come in and like find a template layout. And they're a little bit more interesting than the Squarespace templates. And they're also made more so for content creators or like photographers and things like that. So they have a little bit more going on. Like this, I'm actually thinking about switching to this one and kind of switching it up a little bit. But yeah, it's like clean, it looks good. So yeah. Awesome, Jesse. Thanks for sharing. After 2 family shoots, I'm definitely getting rid of the family. Yeah, that's what and when I started, I was like that too. Like I did a whole bunch of different styles and I got to a point where I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that no more. And that's okay too, to like figure out what you want to do up front and then switch off of it afterwards. Like that works out too. And getting the style and the layout of your website is great early on. I should have marked some of these websites as like really cool websites. I can't remember which. Here goes. Let's pull up your boy Geoff again. Yeah, his website and whoever that was that had the yellow stuff going on. Those were both very solid websites. Great stuff overall. But yeah, friends, we made it. Another 5-hour stream. Y'all be pushing me to these 5-hour streams. I'm always like, oh yeah, I'll stream. It'll just be a couple hours. It'll be fine. 5 hours later. And I'm always like, oh dang, bro, I'm tired. I'm about to go make myself another coffee. Thank you all for submitting. I'm sorry I couldn't get I'm sorry I couldn't get through all of the websites. But I wasn't expecting, y'all came through hard. I was like, oh yeah, I'll do a website critique, it'll be fine. And then I look at the submissions and it's like near 80 people deep. And I was like, yo. The guy with the yellow stuff was Ernesto. Yeah, that website was so good. It was early, yeah, it was super early on. Yeah. I would say, honestly, out of most all the websites we saw today, this is the most brand solid website I feel like I saw. There was a lot of really good sites. You know what it is? It's not that it was the most brand solid. It was the site that had the most punchy overall color brand. You know, it all just went together. That is, thank you so much. Thank you. Also, too, y'all remember, this is going to stay on YouTube and be live, so y'all can go back and watch. I would love to. I haven't got to a point of doing it yet. I might try and figure out a way I can timestamp or something. I would love to start timestamping my videos so that I can list out whose website is where on the timeline, so y'all can just click back and watch your stuff. I haven't figured out how to do that yet, though, so yeah. That's not happening just yet. You'll have to just watch the whole video again. But yeah, this website, coloring and brand color overall is like solid. And then Geoff just, I mean, he right, look at them gloves, woo! But yeah, there was a lot of solid websites, y'all. And again, that whole average couple spend, life-changing. Like, I might have to upgrade to that myself. Really. We'll see, though. I'm at one package now. So, for me, it doesn't matter as much because it's just like, this is what people spend anyway. So, I just show my price. Thank you for all that you do. You're amazing. Thank you so much. You can definitely do. But yeah, I think I'm going to do two live streams next month and finish off the rest of these website critiques. And then do another usual like photo edit as per usual. Can I insta DM it to you? It's all done in your description of the video. What? Wait, what are you saying? You made the timestamps already? Because I know how to do it. It's more so like I'm not gonna watch the video back and figure out who was when and where. I want to have like a button I can press while I'm streaming to make the different timestamps, so then I can just go back and be like, okay, this was this person's stuff. If I can find an easy way to do it, I'll start doing it on all my live streams. Thank you for doing this. Even if my website didn't work, I still learned a lot. Awesome. Love this stream. I will stay subscribed. Thank you. Just got an X-T4 and 4 lenses. Let's go. Oh yeah, I know how to do it afterwards. I don't have the time to sit there and figure out who was when and where. It's too much. Do you have a Stream Deck? I do. That's what I was clicking on it. That's what, yeah, I'm thinking I could use the Stream Deck to do that because you can program all kinds of stuff in it. I don't know how that would work, but I feel like I could do that somehow. I'll figure it out someday. All right, y'all. If the weather permits, I'm about to grill me some chicken. And also drink some water because I threw out my voice as I do every time. Thank y'all for hanging out. Stay tuned for some streams next month. Check out the video that I just dropped this morning. And yeah, I'm going to try to do 2 streams next month. No promises, but we'll see. Because I want to get through the rest of those other websites. But thanks for hanging out. I hope some of this information was helpful for you all. And I will catch you all next time. All right. Peace.